Jordan, go ahead and try logging back in.
Okay, hello everyone. We are live here for the WMF World Adventure Golf Tour final at the Gloucester's Aces mini golf course. Commentating today will be David Fider and Jordan Walsh. Hello, David and Jordan.
Hey, good morning, Andrew. So great to be back here with you at the finals at Aces and ready to kick off another exciting year of tournaments here. And it all starts by looking back at the year that was 2025, the World Adventure Golf Tour, 16 unforgettable tournaments, literally all over the world, spanning multiple continents, a little something for everybody, including history being made in Austria, with Petra Riegler being the first female champion in a duel for the ages that came down to the last lane in that competition. We have an unbelievable group of female competitors chasing history to become the first female world champion of the adventure golf world. Vanette Block, Christina Andresen, Rachel King, Ruth Burke. We got an incredible team here representing New Zealand. The Kiwis are certainly in, and they're ready to go. Not to be reckoned with, Matt Ansley, who has a chip on his shoulder and is up to prove he's the best that adventure golf has to offer. Then from across the pond, the U.S. contingencies, they are in and ready to go. The full force of first-time finalists and married couple Justin and Anna Seymour from Manchester. Not England, but Connecticut, USA. And then there's the course we're standing on, Aces, and the local favorites, Sevi Kukielka, James Rutherford, and Chris Randall. Do the odds favor the local players? We're going to find out over 2 days of intense competition. You can see in the background there our setup here, and we couldn't bring you all the action of our broadcast without the pros that know. My colleague for many, many years, and joining us again here in the broadcast booth, our broadcast veteran, Jordan Walsh. Jordan, good morning. Welcome to the UK, my friend. Jordan's got some audio issues, I think. I'm sure he's still trying to get things set up. So we'll check back with him, but you can see the handshake on the bottom left there between Pat Sheridan and Asiaho. Pat Sheridan is one of the AMA members here in the U.S. and bringing you all the coverage live. A lot of stuff going to be going on behind the scenes right now. The players are getting their last minute instructions on what's going on and how to go and move forward. "42 players have qualified to play in this finals. Winners of the 15 WMF World Adventure Golf Tour events earn automatic qualifications into the final. Tour sponsors each can nominate one player to the final two as well, and spaces are reserved for the women with the most ranking points in the 2025-2026 season. I'll put you on hold as we start the action here live from Gloucester. All the action will be coming to you live here shortly. You can see on the top left-hand section of the screen, lanes 2 and 10 and 3 in the background. On the right side, lanes 6 and 9 over there. One of our chief correspondents, my friend and long-term colleague Jordan Walsh, is here joining us from the UK. Good morning, Jordan. I'm not sure if your audio is up and running yet. And audio issue on Jordan's end from our broadcast booth. He gave a nice intro there on what's going down. And Jordan, just so you know, I can't hear you on the audio end, but that's all right. We definitely have action going down here on the course. I'm muted.
Hey, Dave. Do you have me now? don't have audio. I can't hear you. Yeah. Did you hear me? Well, I turned my mic down, so. I'm going to try logging back in again.
can't see my audio either. It's just pissing me off. Why can I not see my audio? Just don't understand.
Good morning. Good. We've got some sounds here. So, hello, everybody. Welcome to the World Adventure Golf Tour Final. My name is Pat Sheridan. I am the media chair of the WMF. I'm stepping in here to do a little bit of commentating this morning. I know some folks were missing some of the commentary on the live stream. We're working through some different things here, but we've gotten teed off here in the first round of the final. So hopefully, the folks online, you can hear a little bit of what I am going to. Oh, double sound right now. All right, we'll have to fix that as well. Uh, Working through the technical difficulties here, and we'll get back to you. But you are watching round one. Oh, I see from the commentary. Just a couple sounds here. All right. Well, feel free. I'm trying to monitor the chat here. So if anybody else has anything that they want to talk or share, try to get you up to speed a little bit as what's going on. I've been out on the course trying to do some work for the WMF socials as well, which you can follow along during the tournament. We'll have some videos and other things as you're looking through. We've got 4 cameras right now, a couple roaming cameras, a couple static cameras. We'll kind of go through a couple things. Top left of your screen, you will see Rick Baird about to take his putt on lane 2 there. So what we see is a little bit of lane 2 in the upper left, lane 3 behind that, and then lane 10 coming down kind of the right of that upper left screen. The bottom couple of cameras are roaming cameras following a couple different groups there. And then in the upper right, I've got to get myself oriented here a little bit. We have got lane 9, which is kind of the center left of the upper right quadrant, and it is lane 6 that is in the right hand side of the upper right quadrant as you're looking at the screen. So welcome everybody. It's about, let's see, 10:45 local time here in Gloucester. Once again, I am Pat Sheridan. I am the WMF media chair sitting in here. We will have some commentary throughout this. We'll be bouncing in and out between the press box here and out there covering. We're going to try to go through here in the chat. We will make sure that there is a link to the live scoring that you can follow along as well and see what those scores are. We're slowly working our way through getting everybody started in the first round here. Our last tee time is going to be 11:05 local time. Let me pick up some of the action following live stream here, trying to get caught up with where we have on the left-hand side. We just saw Daniel Vilcek finish up his lane there. We're watching the Volcano lane. This is one of our featured groups here. It's the second group off the tee as they're coming through, starting to finish up their round here shortly. And a good putt there from behind the volcano. And so if you're watching along on YouTube, we just posted in the live scoring link for everybody to follow around, see how our players are doing. I'm going to check in here right now. Here's some cheers in the background on the course. Christina Anderson from Finland starting off currently in the lead at 7 after 5 holes. And I'm going to be a little bit of U.S. homer. So for the folks who don't know me, I'm from the United States. And my compatriot, Mark the Highlighter, No Vicky, is currently in second place with 15 after 10. So an impressive 5 under through 10 holes here. They just finished up in the upper left of the screen as you're watching through. Trying to take a look some action. James Rutherford here taking a shot on the volcano hole, leaves it up on the little plateau for a tap into there as well. In the upper right, looks like we've got Marco from Finland about to take on hole 9. We'll see what approach he takes on this particular hole. In the background, quickly here, let's see, that might have been Martin Greenhead. Just watching the action here. So that's getting you up to speed a little bit. Make sure you check out the scores. Like I said, we're just about finishing where we are and getting round 1 started here. We will continue the action. We'll try to get some more commentary in throughout the day. Like I said, stay up with the social media and everything else as we cover these 42 players as they play Aces mini golf course here in Gloucester. And I'm going to take a quick break, check on a couple of things, and hopefully we'll have some more coverage in a few minutes. Thanks for following.
Testing. Testing.
All right, we're back here, folks, for the live broadcast. The World Adventure Golf Tour Finals. We are in Gloucester. Dave Vida, Andrew Edmonds, Jordan Walsh, Sevi Kukiel on the top left-hand section of your screen on lane number 10. You can see him on the backdrop, and he gets another ace for Sevi Kukielka, one of the favorites here at the World Adventure Golf Tour Finals. Gunnar now. Gunnar Bengtsson from Sweden. He's the right-handed player looking at the trap and the three rocks in the top left-hand section of your screen, dressed in the red shirt and the black pants. Gunnar now will take it through, banks it off the back. Does it catch the dish? It does. Gets a hole-in-one for Gunnar on lane 10. Aaron Kaminsky representing the USA on the top left-hand section of your screen, the red, white, and the blue. Lane number 2 cuts it through and into an ace there, right through the trap. You can see him grabbing his ball. Congratulations to Aaron Kaminsky for a great ace there on lane number 2. Vanette Block walking shortly behind. Lane 3 is in the background, as we also have Gary Combs from Great Britain now on lane 10. Action is everywhere here at the World Adventure Golf Tour Finals. We got a bird's eye view there, and wow, it looks like Gary just got away with one there and sneaks it through and somehow finds an ace on the ricochet there. Gets a little thumbs up and a little fist pump from Sevi Kukielka. Vanette Block now on lane number 2, left side of your screen. Most players cutting it right through the trap there. Vanette just leaving a little short. You can see what happens is that ball does come back. It leaves for a little bit of a tester back uphill there for Vanette. Vanette will pick up her 2 on lane number 2. Off to a pretty solid start here so far today. The top right-hand section of your screen, you can see lane number 9 and lane number 6, respectively. Our bottom 2 cameras are our roaming cameras. They'll be following our featured group here in a little while, too, as well. Bringing as much action as we possibly can here today. You can see Sevi there on the bottom section of your screen there on lane 11. Most of the players have now all the players have either finished their round 1 or are actually in the clubhouse or are on the course right now. Take a quick look at the leaderboard here so far. You can check it out yourself at minigolf-live.com. You can see all of the scoring and the schedules too as well. Best score so far turned in is a 30 in the clubhouse. From Germany's Tobias Barley. Adam Kelly also at a 30. Tommy Lanta still on the course with a 27. He's from Finland. And Christina Andresen, one of our 5 female competitors here, trying to become champion of the mini golf world today here in Gloucester. Dave Vida along with you on the field is Jordan Walsh, Pat Sheridan, and our good friend Andrew Edmonds. Aces mini golf here. Weather has been somewhat of a concern and a factor. You can see a lot of people wearing shorts and playing in whatever they're most comfortable in. Do the best to bring you all the possible coverage we can, play-by-play action. Lane number 6 rather, on the top right-hand section of your screen. Matt Ansley soon, and Anna Seymour will be coming into your screen on the top right-hand section. Kiwis are representing. They've got a strong team here in the field today. Other players in here for 29, Mark Novicki, Daniel Volchek, Mark Nuoto, Ben Cassidy at 28 in the field. Have all finished their first rounds. It's like round 2 is underway for some of our competitors right now. A little bit of a break in the action, as you can see on our screens, as most competitors are finishing up their first round. A little bit of a break there between lanes. See Anna Seymour represent the U.S. with Matt Ansley there on lane number 9, halfway through their first round. Checking with Anna Seymour's score here. Anna Seymour through, apparently the scoring is a little lagging at the moment. Yeah, I need to update my scoring. There we go. Anna Seymour through H is -3. Matt Ansley now on the tee box, going to shove it all the way down and up towards the fence, coming back down, and he just misses the entrance to the tunnel. So he's going to send that all the way down there, and he misses the second putt. So he's going to get a, wow, he'll end up with a 3 on lane number 9. And a Seymour now on the first pipe hole. Players can opt at a couple different options. Top right-hand section of your screen, you can see Anna there. Players will opt to take it all the way up the hill and come right back down towards the channel. We want the red. The red is good here in this case. And it goes up. And the ball is coming back around, and that also misses. And will settle right in front of the red there. Anna will tap that down, and it'll go into the channel, into the tube. Let's see if she can get this in. She does get a 2. Good 2 there for Anna Seymour on lane number 9. Eric Hermolson from Sweden. He's going up and attacking the pipe hole now on lane 9. That's coming back down. That looks pretty good and solid. That gets into the pipe. And that'll get an ace there. So one of three aces in that group on lane number 9. Well done by Eric Yermulsen. Last year's final winner, Eric from Sweden, won the tournament in earnest in Portugal. He outlasted everybody, did a fantastic job. A lot of traffic patterns going on our screens, as you can see right now. Live from the World Adventure Golf Tour Finals. We are live at Aces in Gloucester. Matt Ansley there on 10 just misses the ace. As you can see, the 3 rocks at the center of your screen. Not the outcome Matt Ansley was looking for. That might cost him a stroke. The average is going to be 1.5 on this particular lane. Anna Seymour now on lane 10. Most players will opt to go right through the trap on the left side between the 2 rocks. They'll bank it off the rebound bar. There is a small dish around the cup. They'll give players an opportunity to grab that hole in one. Here goes Anna. Anna's down, banks it, and she gets the ace. The ball swished right around, right around the dish. And Anna adds another ace to her collection this morning. Eric Yermulsen. Eric from Sweden, just coming off an ace on lane 9, lane 10 now. Going for back-to-back aces, very possible. That's why they named the course Aces, because that's what everybody's after. And they are plentiful today. Eric sets it up. He goes through the left side of the trap. He's got the rebound bar that's back, and that's a perfect putt. Well done, well executed. Eric with back-to-back aces on lane 9 and lane 10. Love it. World Adventure Golf Tour Finals is the culmination of the WMF World Adventure Golf Tour. 42 players here playing today. You can see all of our lanes, lane 2, 3, and 10 on the left side, top left of your screen. Lanes 9 and 6, respectively, on the right. Jeremy and Abinant. Lane 2, top left-hand section of your screen. Players will opt a couple of different options. They'll take the pipe or they'll go left through the trap. Jeremy goes left, and he finds an ace because that dish is going to bring it right down to the cup. Well done and well executed by Jeremy and Abinant. He's off to a good start on his second round. James Rutherford now, Great Britain, one of our broadcast colleagues here at the World Adventure Golf Tour. He's also taking it right through the trap. That takes it up. Does he have enough? He leaves it short. So Rutherford there will end up with a 2. And Iri Rimpler now from the Czech Republic. Lane 2 in the top left-hand section of your screen. Here he sets up on the right side of the tee box. He'll cut it through the trap. It goes left, and that goes right into the dish and down into the cup for an ace for Harry Rimpler. He did a great job there. Lane number 2 is the putting corners. It goes right, then left. Players do opt to play through the bunker on the left, guarded by the 2 rocks, as you can see. Lane 10 has action 2 as well. A little bit of lull right now on lane 6 and lane 9. A little bit of a miscue there. little bit of holdup on lane number 3. I'm not sure what the exact holdup is, but there are a lot of crossing traffic patterns, so people waiting for other people to putt, so they're not in their line of sight. That's something that'll be a consideration here quite a bit today because of the tightness of the course. We'll be checking in a little bit with Pat Sheridan from the AMAs, American Mini Golf Alliance. He's out there on the course doing our correspondence. Andrew Edmonds is also out there too as well. A lot of stories that are unfolding. Most of our players now are through their first round, waiting to start round number 2. Seeing a lot of scores in the upper 20s, 29, 28. Best score in, Rook Baird with a minus 10 under par, leading the pack for the USA. Also some notables. Daniel Volchek from the Czech Republic. Balázs Tompa shoots a 29. Marco Nuoto has been playing for 50 years. He's in the clubhouse after round 1 with a 28. T-box, lane number 9. Aaron Kaminsky from O Street Mini Golf in the USA. He's looking for that pipe. He takes it on the right side. He gets it, and that's looking good right there in the red. Now, does the ball cooperate? It does. Finds the cup. Ace for Aaron Kaminsky. Vanette Block next on lane number 9. Vanette knows exactly what she has to do. This hole does suit the left-handed players a little bit better. Vanette taking it up and down and coming around, and just gets in the wrong cup there and the wrong pipe. It sends it to the left of the cup there for Vanette Block. Just taking a look at her notes to see how this second putt is going to react. "42 players here at Aces in Gloucester for the World Adventure Golf Tour Finals. 4 rounds today, 1 round tomorrow, and then they break it down to the top 16 players in the head-to-head knockout rounds. That's what our players are looking forward to today. Lane number 10 now. Patrick Holla. Patrick Holler gets it through the 2 rocks, and he finds the backstop, and boom, finds an ace. Aces galore here today at Aces in Gloucester. Aaron Kaminsky up next. Also action on lane number 2. It looks like Balázs Tompa. Just a little bit ambitious there for Balázs on lane 2, and he circumnavigates the top side of the cup. Tobias Burley now on lane 2. Aaron Kaminsky finds an ace. Back-to-back aces for Kaminsky on lane 10. Vanette Block now is next. Tobias Burley on your left side of the screen. He takes it up. Ambitious. Does he have enough? He does, and he finds the ace. Great ace there from Tobias. He's an ace machine. We have stats too as well that tells us all the number of aces on the course today. Tobias Borley, that is his 10th ace on the course today in a round and a half. That is just so impressive. If you want to make it to the top 16, It's going to be a very, very tight window today. See Aaron Kaminsky standing in the middle of the ninth lane there in the center of your screen in the red, white, and blue stripes. And it's just a little bit of a backup. A lot of crossing traffic patterns here in Aces in Gloucester. So people being respectful of each other's putts, something to consider today. Top right-hand section of your screen, lane number 6. Aaron Kaminsky putting off there on lane 11. Not very happy with the outcome on that putt. Those players now in round number 2. Leading the pack at the top, Mr. Perfect, Rick Baird, minus 10 today as he ends up his first round. Very impressive indeed. Sevi Kukielka, you wouldn't expect anything less. Gary Combs, also from Great Britain. Some of the favorites here to win, but not far behind. Tobias Ramke from Germany. He's at 29 on his first round, minus 2 already today through 5 on his second round. Ben Cassidy, Marco Nuocho. Cameron Cooper leads the group from New Zealand with a 28, 2 strokes behind our leaders. Everybody shooting and vying for the top 16 today. My name's Dave Vida, bringing you all the action from Aces in Gloucester. Just across the pond today in the UK, and the tournament of the year is on. This is the culmination of 16 qualifying events in 2025. Historically speaking, we always have the finals here in early 2026. See Pat Sheridan there in the top right-hand section of your screen, although not competing today. He's keeping a close lookout on everything on the field today. Action on the top left-hand section of your screen on lane number 2. This is Murray Thompson from Great Britain. Wow, is that perfect or what? Murray with an ace on lane number 2. Takes it right through the trap, splits the difference. Gary Koshin. He's up. And he's in for another ace. 2 back-to-back aces on lane 2. That leaves USA on the tee box on 2. Justin Seymour dressed in his blue. Starts on the right side of the tee box. Knows what he has to do here. Justin has a kind of a unique style. Really takes his time and makes a lot of different changes in his putter head as he stares down the putt, but he has really good vision on where that ball needs to go. Top left of your screen, Justin Seymour. He's up. Does he have enough? He does, and he finds an ace. 3 aces in a row on lane 2 right there. Justin Seymour. Not doing too bad, although he shot a 33 in his first round. Not something he is excited about, but certainly getting his groove back there on lane number 2. A lot of aces on the course today. So far, James Rutherford and Tobias Ramke, 12 aces from Great Britain and Germany. Tobias Barley is 11. Cam Cooper from the Kiwis in New Zealand has 10 aces, along with Sevi Kukielka. And Rick Baird in the U.S. has also 10 aces today and has just played unbelievably consistent. So fun to watch. Jeremy Abbott with his 2 on lane number 6 on the top left right-hand section of your screen. We'll see them coming into play here. All the action on the front side of the course today. Round 5 and the knockout rounds will be tomorrow here in Great Britain. That's a 9 a.m. local start in Gloucester. If you're here on the East Coast or West Coast, it's a 5-hour difference or an 8-hour difference rather. So you're looking at starts really, really early in the morning in the U.S. 4 a.m. and 1 a.m. respectively. See Mark Novicki there on the tee box with his highlighter. Along with James Goatley and Ruth Sturdy will be taking off on their second round venture here at the World Adventure Golf Tour Finals in Gloucester. Ruth Sturdy there. Justin Seymour will have his tap in there on the top left-hand section of your screen. Always fun to watch and be able to call our American compadres on the course today, seeing how they're going to represent the USA. A miscue on lane 6 there with a 3. Sturdy now on lane number 2. Seems to be where the action is at the moment. She'll take it down and through those traps and comes just past the cup and back in. Ruth Sturdy with an ace on lane number 2. Another local from Great Britain. Mark Novicki now, highlighter. And more action also on lane number 9. Highlighter taking it up. Let's see if he can get through. Comes around and in and takes the dish and gets another ace for highlighter. James Goatley just comes up a little bit short there on lane number 2. They'll head over to lane 3. So par for Goatley, Bruce Sturdy and Mark Novicki with an ace on lane 2 as they start their second round here at Aces in Gloucester. You can see all the different crossing patterns here today on the course. Looks like we got one of our featured groups coming out to play there. Looks like Marco Nuoto. I'm looking for Ladislav Chevelle. Ladislav, haven't seen him yet in the second round. There's Marco dressed in black. Adam Kelly and Ben Cassidy also playing alongside. Here's a practice shot there. Ben Cassidy on the tee box. Players taking up lane number 1, the horseshoe lane. Not a lot of room in the tee box, so you got to pick up your spot carefully. Players doing their fist pumps in the bottom right-hand section. Mark Nuoto, Adam Kelly, Ben Cassidy. Adam Kelly looks like he's first to start here. The bottom right-hand section of your screen. Adam Kelly from Great Britain. Lane number 1. Again, not a lot of room here. Pick your spot. You got to go up the slope. You can see the ball curving back around, coming down. It's got a chance just on the high side. Really good solid putt there to start out his second round for Adam Kelly. Well done. Be following this featured group through their 18 lanes today. Ben Cassidy now from the Great Britain. What goes up must come down. Here comes his putt coming around. That's looking good. Tracking right there. And just ends up in the rough. A lot of safe room there for an easy tap in 2 on lane number 1. Marco Nuoto, 50-year veteran playing adventure golf. Had an unbelievable first round, too, as well. Marco takes it on the high side there, coming down. He knows a little bit of something there, and that takes the dish. And another ace for Marco. Jeez, these guys are just killing it today. Guys will go off to lane number 2 now. Lane number 2 is the putting corners. You can see the players will stand on their right and they'll hit to the left. Most players opting to go through that trap This is a little bit of a different view. Top left or bottom right here get you the same lane. Adam Kelly now in our featured groups. Adam Kelly now takes it down through, takes it to the left, and just overshoots the cup a little bit. And you can see what ends up happening there is you get that little roll off if you're not 100% accurate. This is going to be a tricky left to right break coming back at the cup now. Players allowed to mark their ball using their finger if they need to take up any debris. I'm a big fan of marking your ball. Most of my competitors know exactly that I'm going to try to line up that putt as best I can. Little tricky tester here. Second lane of his second round. Adam Kelly gets it in. Well done for a par, a 2. Ben Cassidy now. Take his time and figure this one out. Cuts that one a little tight. Still finds the dish and gets an ace for Cassidy. So he ends up with an ace. Adds to his collection. Marco now from Finland. Most players are setting up on the right side of the tee box here. Marco's going to take it down and through the trap, and he's got some great pacing. Just comes up a little bit short, wants it to stop, and he knows it's going to roll back. This is certainly a knee knocker for his second putt. Firm and straight in, always wins the race. Well job done there by Marco. To lane number 3, SOS. Savvy or safe. Tight tee box, limited space. You want to look for the bricks to rebound back to the cup on the right. Players will have to putt through the rough, as you'll see here, Adam Kelly. And the brick rebound target is shared near a bunker and the rocks hazard directly to the player's right. Little room for error. A miss on the rebound puts you out of position and possibly off the course. So it makes for a challenging par. Adam Kelly takes a big swing, gets an ace. What a great rebound. Takes the right mini golf ball to get the right desired length there. Knew exactly what he was doing, just like he drew it up. Adam Kelly with back-to-back aces. And Cassidy going to take a little bit different approach. Haven't seen many players opting for this angle, staying to the right, taking the rebound bar through the water hazard, and coming back. Looks like a great angle, just a little ambitious. And that's the problem here on lane 3. He'll get a little bit of relief there from the edge, but definitely has a couple feet coming back here. Ben Cassidy to save his par. Up and in. Great save from our featured group here on lane 3. Marco now from Finland. He's going to take the traditional route, take some practice swings, knows exactly how hard he needs to hit this putt. Go through that rough, hits it pretty hard, gets the right rebound, and in center cut for Marco. So 2 out of 3 ain't bad there on aces on lane number 3. Really well done. Let's take our first look at lane 4 here, the gateway to hell. That's probably aptly named here. Players will aim up the hard left side of the slope. The ball's going to find the channel down, and it drops to the green. There is a dish around the cup that will help find the ace. This could be one of the easiest lanes on the course this weekend. If the ball goes long, there is a bunker behind the cup that could challenge the second putt coming back at the hole. We'll see that here in a minute. Adam Kelly now stands in the center of the tee box on lane 4. Most players, again, will opt on the left side and take that channel down. Just got to make sure you don't leave it short here. He gets it up. It's down. And another ace for Kelly. Back to back to back aces. On a roll here. Ben Cassidy now clearing things off, making sure he's got what he needs. He'll take it up the left side of the tee box here on lane 4. Again, players will opt for the hard left side. Need to get it hard enough up that slope into the channel. He gets it through, and it takes the dish, and it gets an ace. He knew exactly what was happening there. Great putt. Marco Nuoccio now from Finland. Takes it up the left side. He's up. And he's down. Looks like he went a little too far there. A little ambitious for Marco there. A little too much over, and that really puts him in peril. If you don't catch that channel at the top of that slope, it makes for a very, very difficult second putt. As you can see, he had to go through the trap and the rough. Leaves him short. Now looking at bogey here. Getting a little bit of help. Making sure he knows exactly that right to left putt. You can see it swing. And that's a 3 there for Marco. So he's going to drop a stroke back there. We go to lane number 5. Lose some of our internet service there on our featured group. As we can see, some of our next featured players on the left side, Ladislav Chevelle. Ladislav, one of the winners 2 years ago in the Czech Republic. Ladislav now on lane number 1. This is the horseshoe. This is our second featured group. While our other camera is out of technical service, Ladislav coming back down. Does it have enough to get there? Just leaves a little bit short. That was his practice putt. So he's good with that. Ladislav playing with Rick Baird, too, as well. Rick Baird currently shooting a 28 on the front side. One of the best of the best. Chris Randall getting a 27 in his first round, along with James McCarthy. Just killing it from New Zealand. .26 for Rick Baird in the front. He'll take his practice shot. Brian Akers there from the USA. First time we've said the name from Brian Akers. All dressed in white. He had some surgery on his right hand there. You can see him with the support there. Doesn't seem to bother him too much. Definitely wanted to play in this. Top right-hand corners. You can see a USA contingency there with highlighter and Justin Seymour. Ladislav now. First putt on his second round. Our feature group. the horseshoe. Starts it out left, coming back down. Does that have enough to get there? It does, but just misses on the short side, and he'll have an easy 2 there from the rough or his par. Rick Baird, one of our USA contingents. Mr. Perfect, we call him, one of 4 people in the world to ever shoot a perfect score of 18 during competition. That is beyond impressive. And if he's not already in the Hall of Fame, that's certainly awaits him. He'll take it up. Does that have enough to get to the cup? Just leaves it a little bit short there on the high side. We'll have a tap in there for his par on our other featured group. Adam Kelly on the bottom right-hand section. Up and over, takes it on the inside and just slides it by. So easy to do on that lane. Very, very tricky on lane number 6. Brian Akers now, the third of the grouping of our feature group. He takes it to the left side, coming back down, and just misses on the dish and just ropes the cup there. A little bit of a heartbreaker there. Not what he anticipated, but an easy tap in for Akers on lane 1. Players now in our second round of 4 today. One final round tomorrow before the head-to-head knockout. Lane number 2 here, putting corners. Ladislav Chevelle going to cut it right through the trap. Taking a clicker ball. That's coming down. That's going to find the dish, but no, it just hangs on the edge. Seemingly perfect putt from Ladislav. Well done for 2. Just so close. Bottom left, top left of your screen, lane 2. Rick Baird from the USA. Players are going to stay to the left here. There is a pipe that you can take it up the ramp. I haven't seen any players opt for that yet. Odds are if you get it in the pipe, it's still not going to go in. Rick Baird takes it around and just leaves it on the high side there, choosing one of his many collection of mini golf balls. Great job there from Rick Baird for his cleanup on his par. Brian Akers now. 2 players from the U.S. playing together. Akers also opts to go cut it through the trap. Does that have enough pacing on it? Yeah, I could tell that was a little apprehensive right from the start there. That leaves it just south of the cup. That is a straight back up the hill putt. You got to be a little aggressive. You don't want to leave the putt short here. Up and in for Akers. So all 3 players on our featured group there will end up with par. Players now heading to lane number 3 in the bottom left-hand side of your screen. Looks like our other featured group there, Ben Cassidy and Marco Nuoccio, are on lane 11. Rick Baird here. See which angle he's taking. He's going to opt for the right side. That's our right, his left. Going to putt through the rough, and he'll backdoor it somehow. See how hard and aggressive he plays this one. He's going to take it to the right and takes it off our right and hard left side there. Haven't seen too many players play it that way. Probably a better odds of hitting the rebound bar at the right spot there is my guess. One of the uniquenesses of the Aces course here in Gloucester is the fact that you can play these lanes many different ways. And this is a great example here on lane number 3, SOS Sir Sevy or Safe. The tight tee box, limited space. You can play to the left or the right, depending. All 3 players playing a different way. And that was actually a little ambitious. Brian got a little bit away from him on that particular putt. Brian Akers will knock it in for 2. So all players getting their pars on lane 3 and lane 2, respectively. Ladislav now, Czech Republic. Lane number 4, this is the gateway to hell. Aiming up the left side there, hard left slope. Got to find the channel. You find the channel down, the ball usually finds the bottom of the cup for the ace. And after 2 pars in a row, Ladislav is looking for an ace here. He's up. He's in. It's down, and it's in. An ace for Ladislav, just like he drew it up. Well done. Another ace on lane number 4. Rick Baird shooting a 28 on the front. Really well done. Adam Kelly on your right, Rick Baird on your left. Rick's up, and he's in the channel. That comes down, and that goes in. Back-to-back aces. Akers now looking for the trifecta on lane number 4. Akers takes it up. He gets the channel down and just around the dish and in. So it comes to fruition. 3 aces on lane 4. Kind of as expected, but you never know on that lane. Sometimes you get a little bit too ambitious and you overshoot it. Lane 5. On the bottom left, Ben Cassidy cleaning up his par on the bottom right. Marco Nuoto now. You can see the up that slope. Players will usually backdoor this. I don't think I see too many players playing the front door. Takes it to the left side, comes back down, and that's got a chance. Just comes up a couple inches short there for Marco there from Finland. In the meantime, Ladislav sinks an ace, back-to-back aces for Ladislav. We missed. But here's Rick Baird now. Going to try to repeat what he just saw there from Ladislav. A lot of action from our featured groups. The top 2 screens give you a little bit of a view of other players. Bottom right is lane number 9, our pipe hole. Here goes Rick Baird on the rebound. Just catches a little bit too much there. Lets one slip away. They're seeing just how touchy some of these lanes can be, especially with the number of aces so far on the course. Brian Akers is up next. So far, let's check in on the number of aces. It's unbelievable. Tobias Barley through 2 rounds and not done yet. 17 aces. Balázs Tompa from Hungary, right? Right there, too, at 17 aces. Unbelievable. And there's an ace right there from Brian Akers on lane number 5. Well done. Going on to lane number 6, we call this turbulence, undulation, and channel choices to be made here. A lot of cross traffic going on today. Marco Nuccio on the bottom right there on lane number 9. He finds the pipe and he finds an ace. Right there, looking pretty good there and solid putt there, but missed to the right side there. That poses quite the dilemma now because of the rock bunker there you can see in the bottom left-hand section of your screen. Lane 10 now on the bottom right. Adam Kelly is going to take it right through the trap between the two rocks, looking for that rebound bar. Execution is imperative. Gets it through the first part, takes the rebound, and finds the dish and in. Great ace there by Adam Kelly. Ben Cassidy now on the tee box on 10. Bottom right-hand section of your screen. Cassidy takes it down, finds the rebound, gets the ace. Boom, just like that. 2 back-to-back aces on our feature group right on the bottom right section. Marco Nuccio now. One of Finland's finest. Made it to the finals. Always gives his same practice routine. Wants to practice just how hard he's going to hit it and tries to repeat it there when it's time to play. Comes down through. Good execution. Takes the rebound. Finds the center of the cup. 3 back-to-back aces on lane number 10. Well done by our players in our featured group. Cam Cooper on the top left. Our featured lane now, Turbulence on lane 6. You can see Ladislav taking time to look at his notes because this is a very complicated lane. He left it obviously short with the clicker. Undulation, channel choices to be made here. Players can opt to play inside the right hill, and the ball will funnel towards the cup. Ladislav now with a tricky second putt, probably not practiced a lot. A lot of different spots you can be on this particular green and not know where to go. And Ladislav is really giving quite a bit of time on this. Players only have 60 seconds to putt. Ladislav's thinking about this one quite a bit here. Just doesn't seem that comfortable over the putt at the moment. And that's why he pushed it 3 feet past, at least 2.5. And he's got to take a look at his notes again. This for bogey and to drop a stroke now for Ladislav. We don't see a lot of that, but any miscue can really cause a problem. Ladislav now. Bottom right is Adam Kelly. Back-to-back action at the same time. Kelly with a great par pickup there. Ladislav misses again. And that's going to be a double bogey, going to drop 2 strokes there for Ladislav. You don't see that hardly at all from the pro and the 2023 champion a couple of years back there in the Czech Republic. So he's going to check his notes and kind of think things through a little bit as he sits and waits. Rick Baird now on the tee box. Bottom left-hand section in the blue and the gray shorts. He's coming back down and finds a center cut ace. Picks 3 strokes right there off of Ladislav. That is an unbelievable putt. Great vision. Great ace from Rick Baird there on that lane. It also played to the left of the front rock there that you see. This is Brian Akers now. Brian now opting for the right side of the channel, just like Rick Baird. He comes up and down. You got to take it slow. And he misses to the left side far. Ball does get a little bit of a break there, but man, this is a tester. This is 5 feet here for Akers for his par. See if he was paying any close attention to what happened there in Ladislav. Oh, and a great pickup for par there from Brian Akers. Not sure if he realizes just how good that was. Really great putt there. Seems like every time we're looking over to the right, in the bottom right, it's Adam Kelly. Bounces it up through, takes a backspin there off the hill, comes back and leaves himself a tap in there for his par. Lane number 12 right now for our bottom right. Ladislav's going to step right in front of our camera. Lane 7, Dire Straits. You can see our bottom left contingency here. Seems to be maybe a little bit of an issue with their scorekeeping, so I think they're trying to figure things out. In the meantime, we go to Marco, in the bottom right. Lane 12 for Marco Nuotio just leaves it a little bit short there on the butterfly effect. Short lane. Finds the ramp there in front of that creek. Best play is to actually jump through the hazard. Bounce it up to the wood fence there, as you can see. Off to lane number 13 now for our featured group. Adam Kelly, ledge end, tight and short. Definitely one of the most unique lanes on the course that I've ever seen. You do get a bird's eye view of the lane, but an immediate bunker and 2 rock hazards kind of stare you down there. Play aggressive. You bounce it through the bunker just like that. That one, unfortunately, just gets a little bit away from Adam Kelly and puts him a couple feet by the cup. I'm sure players will practice this putt a lot coming back, knowing that most obvious miss there. Bottom left-hand section, our other featured group. Looking at some scoring challenges at the moment. They're getting it all taken care of so that we can keep you posted at home. Ladislav now on lane 7 and on lane 13, ledge end. Ladislav now on the top bottom left of your screen takes that clicker straight through, and another ace for Ladislav from the Czech Republic. Rick Baird from the U.S. up next. Rick Baird now on lane number 7, Dire Straits, taking it back through the center of the rocks, and he finds a back-to-back ace. So far, the number of aces in the tournament, this is unbelievable. Balázs Tompa from Hungary, 20 aces in 2 rounds. That is unbelievable. Tobias Burley, the German, 19 aces. Local favorite, James Rutherford, 16 aces today. And Ben Cassidy in our featured group, 15 aces. You'll see him on the bottom right there in your red, along with Adam Kelly and Marco Nuccio. Brian Akers adds the trifecta on the bottom left for 3 aces in a row on lane 7, Dire Straits, as we hold the uphill struggle on lane number 8. Ladislav taking a look at this uphill struggle as our camera gets reacquainted there on the bottom left. Ben Cassidy collects his ace on the bottom right. Ladislav starts on the right side. He takes it up the left side. You can see the rebound in the bank there in the corner. That one gets a little bit away from Ladislav too as well. Leaves himself with a 2.5 footer to pick up his par. Ladislav having a trouble on lane 6 earlier today with the turbulence. And that really cost him a double bogey and dropped him down. So trying to clear that from his mind a couple holes back. Rick Baird now, the bottom left. More aces on the bottom right from our 2 featured groups today. Baird starts on the tee box on the far right side. He's looking left to that corner where you can see the slope in the rough. He brings it back down and just slides by the low side. Similar second putt for Baird as Ladislav here. He'll take it back up and in. Oh, Rick Baird with a rare miss there on his second putt and just lips it to the right. He's going to drop a stroke, and that is an unusual bogey for Mr. Perfect there. On any given day, anything can happen to the best of us. I'm no different on that sense, too, as well. Bottom left-hand section. Trying to get my screens all aligned for everybody here. Bring you all the action there. So Rick Baird with a double, with a bogey, and Brian Akers there will pick up his par. Ladislav with a par as they move on to the halfway around the bend. Lane number 9, one of our featured holes. You can see the top right or the bottom left. This is one of our pipe holes. Most players opting to go up and down right through there. And the outcome is usually an ace. Just like that. Ben Cassidy in the bottom right-hand section of your screen. Ladislav will walk off with his ace. And now Rick Baird hoping to duplicate what he just saw. The World Adventure Golf Tour Finals here in Gloucester. Culmination of our 16-year tournaments in 2025, and now this is the best of the best. 42 competitors, all ranked top 100 in the world competing today. Rick Baird takes that up and comes back down, finds the channel, finds an ace. Well done and well executed. Choosing the right mini golf ball on this lane is absolutely critical too, to make sure you get that carry down that slope of that pipe. Can't leave things short. Lane number 9 now. Brian Akers will take the tee box here momentarily. You can see action on the top left of your screen and your top right of your screen. All the crossing traffic patterns and the interesting layout and design that this Aces Mini Golf here in Gloucester has to offer. Adam Kelly on the Volcano finds the cup for an ace on the bottom right-hand section of your screen. That's our first look at mountain pressure, lane 16. The length of the tee shot to get up the incline of that Volcano, getting it to stop on the top is quite another task. Ben Cassidy now on the right side as Brian Akers takes the tee box. On the bottom left, Cassidy now. He gets it up straight and just around the right side there. You can see that dish that can help out. Brian Akers now. He goes up, comes back down. Let's see if he gets the. He does find the channel. Barely he finds that channel in the pipe. And he gets an ace. 3 aces in a row now on lane 9, halfway around the bend. Marco Noccio, bottom right. He's on the Volcano. And he's straight up and straight in. No doubt about it for an ace there. Aces are crazy today. Crazy, I say. It's really very impressive. I'll tell you what, having a bird's eye view like this today is ultimately just really impressive and so much fun to watch. Jens Bergstrom is checking in from Jens, the senior male with the most medals. Gold 2017 in Croatia, silver 2022, bronze in 23. Gumpel Skirkin and Askham. He is probably the veteran here of our group, and boy, he just keeps on cranking. We got our good friend from the U.S., Rick Baird, now taking on lane number 9. Gets the back kick, but goes a little wide left and can't believe it. Haven't seen too many shots there end up on the right side of the cup, but he'll have a tap in for his par. Thanks to Jens Bergstrom for checking in today too as well. Brian Akers now, top left, bottom left section of your screen. Ben Cassidy on the bottom right section of your screen. Akers now through the trap, finds the backdrop, and he finds an ace there. Akers with back-to-back aces. As those guys will head to lane number 11 now, or lane 10 rather, the Trident. One of the biggest greens, certainly. Rocking around hill slopes in front and carries the ball down the player's left, but it's got a long run. You can see the rocking around here. All the hazards, the rock hazards, the bottom left is Ladislav, as our boys on the bottom right finishing up their second round. Ladislav will take it up to the right side. It's coming down and tracking with that clicker ball and just leaves it to the right. Really good pacing on that one. Well done. Tap in there for his par. Now it's Rick Baird. Rick Baird on the tee box on lane 11. Got to find it up and then find the right channel. Ball's coming down. Rick Baird just misses a second time. Boy, it really is a game of centimeters here today. Rick Baird tapping in for his par, so 2 back-to-back pars for Rick Baird. Now Brian Akers from the U.S. Brian Akers taking it down, up and around, tracking. Does it have enough? Just a little bit on the short side there for Brian Akers. Easy little tap in for his 2. Lane 12, our first look at that one today. The butterfly effect. Lane 12, short lane that finds a ramp in front of the creek. The best play is actually to just jump through it, the hazard, and bounce it up to the wood fence, the backstop, and back door to the cup. Ladislav and Marco on 18 now. Marco Nutio on the bottom right-hand section of your screen. Ladislav now in the tee box on the bottom left-hand section of your screen. You can see the drop off there and the water hazard in front. Players are going to opt to play it through. They'll opt for the back door. It comes back, and you'll see the ball re-enter your screen, the bottom left, and a really great solid putt there by Ladislav. Didn't go in, didn't catch the break on the dish there, but a tap-in par is the next best thing. A lot of crossing traffic patterns today from Aces Mini Golf in Gloucester, the 2025-26 season finale here, the World Adventure Golf Tour. 42 of the best, and here's one of them. Rick Baird taking an aggressive tee shot, coming back, and he finds the dish and finally gets redemption there. After 2 pars, he finds an ace on lane 11, or lane 12 rather, the butterfly effect. Well done there from Rick Baird. Brian Akers calls it just outside Atlanta, his home. Akers now on the tee box. Water hazard in front. Rock hazard staring him down. He takes it down. He plays the back door. And that finds the dish and an ace for Akers. Back-to-back aces there. Getting a little bit crazy. So far, our best rounds today is a 26 from Rick Baird and Gary Combs on the first round. Sevi Kukielka there too as well. 26 is pretty solid. I gotta admit, that is just ambitious playing. Balazs Tompa though, taking a huge lead right now at 19 under par in the clubhouse with a 53. Really well done. So tough to find breaks of the action just to tell you what's going on. Lane 13 now, bottom left of your screen, Rick Baird. Ledge end, tight and short. But you do get a bird's eye view here of the lane. Plays it straight down and straight in. Back-to-back aces for Baird now. After going par 2 times, he goes aces 2 times. And he'll tip the cap and thank you very much. Akers now looking for back-to-back also. And see the uniqueness of this particular lane. Ace is taking full advantage of the real estate here. Akers going down and in. It is back-to-back aces for Akers. This is such a treat to watch these guys play. So glad this is one of our featured groups. These guys can certainly make it happen. Off to lane 14 now, the pacemaker. Simple design and at the perfect time, too. Long and straight through the channel, up and over and through the causeway. Aces will be found if the pacing is sound. There's no question about that. This will be the pressure make lane. If your competitors see you make the ace, then the pressure is on to duplicate and it intensifies. You can see the causeway right there between all the wood stanchions. A lot of Schlav on the tee box first in this second round. Loves that clicker ball, takes it down and straight in, and you can see why he loves the clicker. He's used that ball quite a bit today. The clicker or glass ball has been treating him right. Another ace for Ladislav here on lane 14, the pacemaker. Up and through now. It's a very long putt. Rick Baird in the tee box. You see him on the lower left-hand section in the blue and the white hat. Staring it down. An option is to go left, but most players will opt to go right through the center. Rick Baird, does he have enough to get there? Just passes on the right side. Good effort there from Rick Baird. Can't make it the trifecta of aces, but leaves himself a pretty easy tap in there to pick up his par. Well done there for Rick Baird to pick it up. Now Brian Akers now. Bottom left-hand section of your screen. You can see Vanette Block on the top left. Vanette now going for her putt on lane number 2, starting her third round. There's a great look right there through the channel. Brian Akers going to come through. There's the ball. It goes up. It's down. He's taking a backdoor approach. And that ball kind of slides away to the right there. Not too terrible. Haven't seen a lot of players opt for the backdoor, but certainly a good option. And that's kind of what makes this course very unique. Many different multiple ways of playing the lanes today. Moving forward to the ricochet, lane 15. It's all about the rebound at the bottom of the V. Ladislav takes an aggressive shot, takes the right ball, and another back-to-back ace from Ladislav. Clearly, he put the double bogey on lane 6 earlier off the back of his mind, and he's all about business now, making up some ground. Rick Baird now. Lane 15, ricochet. You can see the rebound board there. Rick taking some practice swings. Bottom left-hand corner of your screen, our featured group. Tight little channel there to get it through. Takes the rebound, coming back. Does that have enough? No, it's woefully short on that one. It's all about the choice of the mini golf ball that you choose. Should be a straight putt back at the cup now for Baird and to pick up his par. Well done there. And now Brian Akers in the tee box. Bottom left-hand section of your screen. White shirt, blue pants. Looking for that rebound, although Ladislav is standing in the way. The yellow mini golf ball coming at you, or the white one. And that's also similar to Rick Baird. Akers leaves it short. And we'll have a simple putt there to clean it up. Players doing quite well here. One of the most challenging lanes in the course. You got to have the right line and you got to have the right pace. This is one of our plateaus or volcano lanes. It's called mountain pressure. And what it really makes it difficult and the challenge is the length of the tee shot to get to the incline of that volcano. You don't want to leave it short and you just can't go long. There's a circular bunker that is behind the lane there that you can't see. The rocks really don't come into play too much unless you're really off in your tee shot. Let's see our featured group there working on the scoring right now. Ladislav comes up to bat here. Getting it to stop on the top of that plateau is quite a task. There is a slight dish there on the cup that could be a saving grace. Ace is that make or break. We've seen a couple people get into trouble today already on this lane, and it could be the backdrop for quite a bit of drama. If you are in that trap, getting that ball to stay up there or at least getting it to the cup is another challenge. Ladislav now, the clicker ball, the glass, that's up and that's down. That is perfect pacing. That is textbook. That, my friends, is 4 aces in a row for Ladislav, 3 or 4 at least. Rick Baird now. If you have a mistake or two, you can always catch back up on this aces course today. Rick Baird now staring down the volcano on mountain pressure. His ball goes up, and that just slides around to the right, but catches the dish and in. Really a knee knocker there from Rick Baird, and takes a bow. He should, because that was tight. See some of our U.S. contingency there on the lower left-hand section. Highlighter and Jeremy Inhabitant. Also from the U.S. here, Rick Baird on the tee box, or rather Brian Akers in the tee box. Brian now on the left side, takes it up and just spins out. A little bit too ambitious, but it does stay on top there. So that's the good news. That should be an easy tap in for his par. Fortunately, he didn't have any problems there going off the course. So our 3 competitors in our feature group survive mountain pressure in the volcano. And now they're stuck for choice. Lane 17. You can go up the right side or you can bank it off the left. I haven't seen too many players go top, so most players will choose to bank it off the left and take the channel over the rough. You can see Ladislav here. This is a really good view. Ladislav setting up, going for the right rebound bar. He hits it pretty ambitiously. That's up, and it's another ace. That's 4 or 5 aces in a row from Ladislav Chevelle from the Czech Republic. That is absolutely impressive. Let's see most aces in a row. I don't even see ace. Let me refresh this. Ladislav, that's just crazy. Cameron Cooper had 7 aces in a row already today. This is it's just crazy. These guys are really too good. I mean, I'm glad I'm playing from my vantage point. Rick Baird now takes the rebound bar, but takes it a little bit on the high side there. Just a miscue there for Rick Baird. And he'll pop his in for his par. Eric Hjalmarsson now on the pipe hole, lane number 9. And he misses, a rare miss there on the pipe hole. And you can see him in quite disgust there. Bottom left now, Brian Akers, also playing to the left. He's off the ricochet. He's down and takes the dish in for an ace there. So a par and an ace for Brian Akers. Definitely much needed there as they head to the home stretch on the final mole. And it truly is lane 18 to end up their second round today. A little bit of everything here. You got rock and bunker hazards. You've got undulation, multiple play options here. I think the best option is to thread the needle between the rock and the left lane border. And get the ball to the back of the green and use the bricks to rebound back to the cup. It's a really pretty design. Definitely like this as the closing lane here on lane 18 as our players will take a little bit of a break here before they play. Oh, there's Ladislav. Difficult to see him. Is that another ace for Ladislav? I didn't even see it. Ladislav with another ace. I think that's 5 or 6 aces in a row from Ladislav. He's going to stay right back in it. And now it's Rick Baird. Now we can see Rick. Rick there on the tee box. You can see this dog leg left. Most players, again, will opt to bank it off the rocks on your left. Let's see how Rick attacks this lane 18. He's coming down, takes it down, around, and an ace for Baird. What a finish to his second round. Definitely needed that. Wasn't catching a lot of breaks on this second round as our feature group, but man, he throws up some fireworks there in the end, and Ladislav was just on a tear today on that second round. So good. And now it's Brian Akers. He misses everything, but he comes back around, but he has to come back in. I don't believe there is a penalty for that. Boy, he missed the entire rebound shot there off the rock. A little shocking. I'm a little surprised, but it happens to all of us at some point in time. It happens to me more than others. And then there's another unforced error right there. So 2 back-to-back misses there by Brian Akers. Puts himself in the rough there. Tricky shot coming back. But I believe this will be for his 3. So 2 aces there from Ladislav and Rick, and then a 3 bogey there from Brian Akers. Not how he anticipated his round to end, but a lot of fun to watching that group right there. A lot of great players, champions in their own right. As we follow them to the clubhouse now, and they'll take a break. Top left-hand section of your screen. I'm not sure what's going on here. But that looks like Matt Ansley. I'm not sure what happened, but he found himself literally off the course there on lane 9. I haven't seen that yet today, but that does happen. That is a very tight channel to get through. So not going to be the happiest of campers, but he'll save a bogey there, and that's what can happen on lane number 9. See McCarthy there on top there of one of the lanes coming down. And a Seymour now on lane 18. Now is a perfect time to take a look at our leaderboard. Holy cow. It's Balázs Tompa from Hungary at the top of the leaderboard in today. Shoots a record 24 on his second round to bring him to the top of the standings. That is unbelievable. What a fantastic score. That is just craziness. I mean, that is kind of beside myself there for the 24. That is unbelievable. Ace after ace after ace, and sometimes it all comes together. You can see Eric Harmelshun. I think that's him. Yep. Eric coming down and pacing around and leave it right there on that particular lane. Lots of action to be had, and another grouping is starting over there, as you can see on the top left-hand section of your screen. We'll have another featured group here shortly. Wow, it's just really an impressive day of adventure golf today. So far for 2 rounds, the story so far, Balázs Tompa from Hungary. Had a chance to spend some time with him here when he came to Connecticut for the Matterhorn International Pro-Am last year. Great to see him. And boy, he's just doing really, really, really well. Had a very solid second round there, 24. That's a score to beat. I'm not sure how you get to that number, but a lot of things got to go right. But his skill level and his ability, and um, I know he hasn't practiced a ton this year as well, but Balazs Topa is just killing it so far today.
Hello, Dave
Minus
Vida.
19. Hello, Pat Sheridan. Thanks for joining us on the broadcast. Wow, we're being treated to some unbelievable adventure golf today. I know you have a completely different viewpoint than I have. What can you tell us from your angles so far today?
There's some interesting lanes out there in terms of how they're playing. The temperature has been, I think, warmer. Well, maybe the temperature has been about the same as what people thought, but the cloud cover hasn't come in nearly as much as we had thought from some of the weather forecasting. So the sun's been beating down a little bit more. It's warmer out there. We're watching people adjust. There's some lanes that are picking up their race counts. There's others where just painfully watching people leave it short or run it a little bit long. Certainly some really good scores out there, and it's tight. I mean, everybody is, every putt is under scrutiny out there, and as somebody who doesn't have to play, it is really fun to stand in the middle and watch.
It's interesting. Our camera angles here, the top left of our screen, the top right of our screen. It's interesting to watch the crossing traffic patterns of this course. It's because it looks almost chaotic at times, right?
Yeah, there's not a lot of room, between a lot of the lanes. There's no real walkways and stuff, and so you're kind of always in the middle of the action. You're trying to figure out who's behind you, who's next to you, and yeah, from some of the camera angles, you can get some pretty good positions, see a lot of lanes at play, and so you're right on top of your competitors in a lot of places too. So you're getting a sense
Yeah.
of how everybody is doing around you without looking at any scores.
So this is the World Adventure Golf Tour Finals. We are in Gloucester, across the pond, as they say, if you're from the U.S. and watching today all over the world. Um, I think the design of this course, which once was 12 lanes, is now 18 lanes. And I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because you might know this fact, this is a Sevi Kukielka design, or he put all of this together, I'm assuming. Is that correct?
I believe it was designed. Yeah, I don't know how it was constructed. We could probably find somebody here to give us the end facts of that. But yeah, you're right. They expanded from 12 to 18, and you can kind of see that in the course. Also talking about how it's designed. Those first kind of 12 of the original holes are even a little bit tighter than the last six. But it is. I got a chance to actually play it yesterday with some of the folks, and it is brilliantly designed. There's so many different ways that you have to approach the lanes. A lot of the lanes have multiple different ways you can approach it with the mini golf balls, and there's just the more you stand and stare at each lane, the more you can learn from it. And so I think it's a great challenge and just absolutely looks beautiful. I mean, the video does not do justice for how nice it looks with all the players out there today.
We're on with Pat Sheridan, AMA, one of the co-founders for the American Mini Golf Alliance in the U.S. I know our American contingency is out there fighting for their lives. We just had our featured group with Rick Baird and Brian Akers and Ladislav Chevelle. A lot of fun to watch them. It was interesting. Ladislav, who won a couple years ago in the Czech Republic, I think he had a double bogey on one of the lanes, and then he immediately came right back. And I think he shot 5 or 6 aces in a row. It was just
Yeah,
so
he
impressive.
he he aced the last six lanes of that round, which
That's
are not easy lanes to ace. If you told me somebody aced six in a row, those would not have been the ones I would have guessed.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, the 18th, which is a tough one in itself to ace because of the rebound, and then you had Brian Akers going completely off the course. And just
Yeah,
to
which
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, no, I was gonna say you see that a lot. It looks easy when it's done the right way, but there is a very fine margin of speed to hit that piece of granite rock there, and where Brian went is, I mean, you see a lot of players will end up there, and I've seen a lot of players end up there throughout the course of these couple of rounds so far.
Yeah, you made a comment earlier today, or on one of your broadcasts, I think, when you were doing a live stream, you said that, the second best place to be is to be watching it from your vantage point if you're not playing it, and it's tough to play. And I'm kind of glad I'm not playing because the, the the level of experience on this course today and what I'm seeing. I mean, Balazs Tompa, who played in our tournament, the Matterhorn International Pro Am, is tearing it up with 20 aces today so far. That is
Yeah,
unbelievable.
well, and a course record in the second round of a 24. So, um, yeah, they're out there, and we're seeing some of those scores. You mentioned Rick Baird. He's the right now the top American after 2 rounds, and I mean, I got to shout out our good friend Highlighter, who's got 229 sub 30. He's in the top 16 after 2 rounds as well. And it's not just home court advantage at this point. The players are really starting to dial it in. We're going to have a little, not really a break. There's a little extra time between rounds 2 and 3, and we're hitting the midday sun now. And so it'll be interesting to see how these players, if they keep dialing it up, I mean, man, the scores are going to be wild.
What I really love, Pat, too, is the fact that this is now my third World Adventure Golf Tour finals. I played in two of them, and the course differential between the three is unbelievable. It's such a refreshing difference just to see all the different types of play from Brno in the Czech Republic to Portugal to here. I mean, you see a lot of the same faces, but it's great to see different names at the top, with Balazs Tompa and Tobias Barley. Ladislav had won a couple years ago. Cameron Cooper is still in it. Rick Baird. It's just really unique to see how everything has transformed year to year. It's so much fun to have this vantage point. It's really crazy.
Yeah, and it's setting up. I mean, if you think today's good, tomorrow in the knockout rounds, where you're going head to head against somebody, and
Oh,
the aces are going to be dropping. I mean, it's a little bit reminiscent of that first year on the Eve course over in Brno, where you had a lot of. I think there's
yes.
more. Yeah, there's more aces here to be had. It's yeah, it's interesting. We've got these different styles of play in these different tournaments. I mean, some real good action out there, and I think players, at least for the few I've talked to, haven't had to adjust a lot of their strategies yet. I think people are pretty happy with ball choices and what they've found. It's really trying to dial in the speeds as the greens change throughout the day.
And you feel that the weather has really played a good impact on the play today because there's, obviously the weather in Gloucester in England can really be very variable at any point in time. I know we were watching closely the forecast for the past couple of days, and I thought it was going to be raining today. So I'm a little surprised I'm not seeing rain.
Yeah, and there was still some, chance for showers later on today. I think that they said the clouds seem to have held off rolling in, or they're, been kind of watching the skies, and they come in and kind of break a little bit in the horizon. I think there's still the chance of rain, especially in the knockout rounds tomorrow. So, yeah, I think everybody's kind of been waiting to see if that other shoe drops and what that does. And I've talked to a lot of the local folks who play on this course, and having some of the local knowledge in terms of what happens when it goes from dry and sunny to cloudy and wet, but we haven't had to deal with that yet.
We're still looking at the top left hand of your screen, Jeremy and Abinet. He just leaves it short on lane 2, starting his third round right now. Leaves it a little bit short there. We'll have a tricky uphill second putt, but he finds the bottom of the cup. You see Vanette Block walking around there too on our screens. Seems to be a little bit of a lull in the action. One of the questions I wanted to ask you was about a ruling that happened on lane 18. It was Brian Akers when he went off the course.
Hmm?
Is there a penalty stroke to come back on the course there, or is there no penalty to come back on?
No, there's no penalty there, so you just place it where it went out. Same as we don't have a good look of hole 4 with the static cams, but some of the mobile cams were kind of got to hit it up that hill and come back. So but the international rules, I know our folks who are coming in the U.S. sometimes we're not as much used to that. So that's why, like, especially on lane 18, it's not the worst thing if it goes out there, right? You'd obviously like to ace it or have a little bit
Yeah.
closer second putt, but that's a very makeable putt from there, and you're not really penalized too much as long as you know what you're doing off that little bit of rough spot.
Yeah, let's take a look at the scoreboard. Obviously, the story right now is Balázs Tompa from Hungary. Man, he just racked it up on round 2, like you mentioned, a course record 24. He's a talented individual, and we've seen him play. I've seen him play multiple times. I've had a chance to play with him at the Matterhorn. But I will say this, as talented as Balázs is, and he is a talented guy, there's a lot of things that have to go right on this course because there are a lot of ace opportunities. But as we've seen with Ladislav and with Rick Baird, sometimes the ball just doesn't play nice with the cup. You've seen a lot of that today too, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, we've seen it, and we don't have a great camera angle here for hole 1, but certainly hole 2, especially that first round. I mean,
Yeah.
I stood by the river there and watched so many people either leave it short or go too fast. I mean, they hadn't really super dialed in the speed yet on what that was going to do. And the same thing on lane 1 where you're running it up this hill. And I think, for the 42 players, the combined distance of misses, and there were a lot in that first round, was probably like 2 feet because they all just kind of settled right on this like little
Yeah.
indent
Yes.
edge there, which as anybody would know who's played golf or mini golf is super frustrating. And there's a couple teases I'm looking at, Vanette in the playing hole 10, or not hole 10, hole 11 here. It's kind of up around the rock, and that is one where it is so speed sensitive, and you just kind of watch it go out, and then it dies or just slides by. And so I think the top players obviously are putting that stuff out of their heads as they go on to the next lane. And I think this is one where, for the most part, there is a hole or two out there that can bite you and blow up, but it's not as bad as I think some of the other courses we see on the tour where, you could easily get a 4 or 5 on 2 or 3 holes when you're playing, and your mentality to adjust to that is a little bit different than if you just miss, an ace putt by an inch and a half.
Yeah. Interesting perspective for sure. Wow, this is quite the course, quite the layout. I'm looking again right now at the leaderboard, and I was thinking about this yesterday and the day before of who's really got the best chance of scoring very, very well. And obviously Sevi Kukielka, who is currently at minus 19. There is a a little bit of a log jam at the top after 2 rounds. We do have 5 full rounds and then the knockouts. So there's a lot more to come. And by no means are we anywhere settled to having any clear view of what's going to happen. But minus 19 after 2 rounds is pretty impressive for Kukielka, Combs, and Tompa. It really, really, really is. And then to see Marco Notio from Finland do what he's doing too as well. Not a surprise. He is the veteran probably of the group. And then really refreshing for Rick Baird to be top 5 at this point too with a 26 and a 29. Your thoughts?
Yeah, and we were talking yesterday. I think the very interesting thing that we're going to start watching, and we'll have a real good perspective, obviously, after this day in the 4 rounds, is that run from probably 12th to 20th. I would be shocked if there's more than 3 or 4 strokes difference in those 8 places around the cut line with the way these scores are and how tight everything is. And so I think you'll have some of the folks, we mentioned Balash and Rick and Sevi, who will probably cruise into the top 16 is not the right words to use because you're not going to ever cruise on this particular course, but
Good point. Good point.
have set some stakes in the ground now that give them a little bit of a buffer and can probably play a little bit looser in the next 3 rounds hopefully, and we'll see after round 3 where they stand too. But I think that middle log jam if you're somebody who likes to check the scores and refresh them every 30 seconds, that's going to be your
Yeah.
jam as we get to rounds 4 and 5. And so, yeah, I don't have the leaderboard in front of me, but I know there's some U.S. folks who are kind of right around that spot too. Obviously, a bunch of Brits and things, and yeah. I mean, I'm just waiting to see, does somebody else have a 25, a 24, or who knows, a 23 in them today to really shake up the leaderboard.
Yeah. Again, we're on with Pat Sheraton, American Mini Golf Alliance from the U.S., giving some perspective. You're no stranger, Pat, to playing a lot of great tournaments and a lot of long tournaments. This is certainly a longer tournament with 5 rounds. I've played a couple of final events. I've had a little bit of experience with that, playing with almost the same group of people like this. I mean, a lot of the faces are the same. From your perspective, how difficult is it to put 5 rounds of mini golf together that are competitive? I know what my perspective is. What's your perspective on it?
Yeah, it's really hard. We always talk a lot about, on the podcast, obviously, if for everybody's listening, I'm a co-host there. So Tom and I talk a lot about, you get past the 2-round tournament where kind of anything can happen. You get into the 3 rounds, and that's where you see some of the better players really start to cruise their way to the top. And at 5 rounds, you would say, well, the best players, but all these players are the best players, and so they're
They
used to
are.
it. And I think the marathon nature of that and the way it changes is, in a 5-round tournament, if take a bogey in your first 5 holes, you really got to be able to sit there and go, I got a lot of mini golf left, and not maybe get too aggressive, change your strategy too quickly. I mean, it's really a trying to think of a word here, but like you got to know your game, especially if you don't play a lot of 5 rounds, right? Like, when do you step on the gas? When do you hit the brakes? And if you're at that cut line area, if you get too aggressive, I think, again, hole 4, you've got this, very steep to a channel that you can very easily put it over. And if you've got that adrenaline going, because you're like, hey, I need ace, 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 ace as these holes, start to tick off, you can really do some damage. So I think that's where, players who've played in some of these longer tournaments. I mean, I've obviously played the Masters a few times in the U.S. That's 12 rounds, and so
Yeah,
I've
that's
had some of
crazy.
that,
That's
that
crazy.
marathon mentality. But all of this really comes down to, you just got to play the lane in front of you. And that's where it has been interesting talking to a couple folks in terms of, are you looking at changing strategies? Are you, what's your headspace coming into this? And I think, the other interesting thing about this is we play the 4 today, and it's not immediately a cut into tomorrow, right? We have one more round tomorrow to settle that cut. So you're
Yes,
also
yes,
you're
yes.
also given that mental headspace of an overnight, of dinner, of sleeping on it. What do you do there? And then you only have 18 holes left. So what is your psychology coming into that if you're sitting at 21st, maybe 3 strokes off the cut? Do you come out and be really aggressive on those first 4 or 5 holes and see if you can bring your stuff up? So I think that's where, it'll be interesting to see how these players react throughout the next few hours.
Yeah, you bring up a really good point too about the headspace. I found that to be the case in at least the first World Adventure Golf Tour final that I played in the Czech Republic. It was the fact that you're playing with the best in the world, and it becomes a little bit intimidating. And then the course intimidates you a little bit, and then you start, worrying about it. I think when the pressure let off was the second day, the first round of the second day, which was round 5. It wasn't that much pressure because you knew you weren't really in it, so you didn't have as much, so you could play a better game. But you gotta, yeah, the headspace is a real challenge. Is if the tight space of this course wasn't enough, if it wasn't the fact that you're standing on top of everybody else, if it wasn't for the traffic patterns, if it wasn't for the lip outs or the dishes, you got to watch your own headspace and you got to play your own game. And yes, it's true. You got to focus on the shot in front of you and kind of drown out the noise. Wasn't as much noise in Portugal as there probably is here. I think.
Yeah, I mean it's been a mixed bag. I mean, because there's so many aces on a lot of the lanes where folks are making it, the quote unquote routine aces, you don't hear that. But there's a couple where I mean, you've definitely heard some good ACLs and things like that. And I think that is the biggest thing in Portugal. And I think about all these tournaments we play in Matterhorn or if it's at the Masters, the course is, it's much bigger. There's trees in between. I mean, if you're standing on lane 10, right in the middle of the course, getting ready to tee off on what is a extremely aceable hole. Although that's the one as we look at it in the top left, like if you miss that piece of granite and you're in the water, yeah,
Yeah.
that could be trouble. When you're standing there, you can see the entire course if you turn
Yes.
around. So you know
Yeah.
exactly what the emotional state of everyone in the course is at that time.
I saw Matt actually miss that. I didn't see the whole. I saw his second putt from inside the water hazard on 10. Or sorry, was it lane 9? Sorry, lane 9. You can see on the top left of your screen. I don't know how he ended up
No,
there.
that's lane 10. That's lane 10.
I was lane 10. Lane
Yep.
10? Oh, it was 9. Oh, you're right. I tried it. Yes, you're right. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
it was,
there's no shot. I mean, once you're in the water, you're taking a three. There's no,
yeah,
that's the unfortunate thing about that, and it's kind of similar to when you go over the top of the hill on lane 4. I mean, there's no way to get a two off of that. So, you got to put that behind you, and especially lane 10, you got lane 11 that is not an easy ace after that. You can maybe pick up 12 and 13. So, trying to find those rhythms too is something that if it's going good, like Ladislav, who's 6 in a row at the end, you kind of carry that momentum, and that's a very real thing out on the course today as well.
yeah. It was really interesting to watch because I know that Ladislav had a problem on one of the lanes where he double bogeyed and then he came right back in it and just kept going forward. So obviously he's mastered that headspace because it's easy to get out of control. But he has definitely a lot of references of success having won the Czech Republic tournament. So I'm not surprised to see his comeback there. Let's take a look at the leaderboard real quick just to see how we're faring out. Let me refresh my page here and see where we're at. I want to look at the U.S. contingency. Rick Baird is at minus 17, 26-29, currently 7th place, which is fantastic. And as you mentioned, highlighter Mark Novicki, or Novishki, as we like to call him, is in 12th place. So he's definitely top 16 as of right now after 2 rounds. And we'll put the asterisk next to 2 rounds. There's still a lot left to play. Brian Akers doing okay. He's on that cut line right now at minus 12, but still a lot left to play. Aaron Comiskey not doing too shabby. And then back in the fight of things, Anna Seymour, Justin Seymour, the husband-wife duo, their first experience at a major competition like this. I wonder what their perspective is on the course. Have you talked to either one of them?
I haven't had much of a chance to talk to them today. I know Justin has been a little bit frustrated in his first couple of rounds. He was the one who, on lane 4 in the first round, ended up over. Actually, I think he ended up over both rounds now that I think about it, because I was standing there for the second round. So, yeah, that's one where I think he's just trying to struggle to find his spot on a few different things. Anna, I know, has had some pretty good runs with it, and she's playing in a great group with Matt Ansley and Eric Hermelson, who, I mean, some pretty good finishes between those two in WAG Tour finals. So I think she's having a lot of fun. I will be interested to talk with them, afterwards. And I don't know how much you've talked about on the broadcast so far, but, we always bring up from the American perspective, this is a course that you're using a lot of mini golf balls. There's lanes for golf ball plays, but the mini golf balls, especially some of these bank shots off of the granite and things, are coming into play. And I know they spend a lot of time. I was here yesterday to watch some of the training, just kind of refining things. But that's an extra layer for a lot of us who, as much as we train with and we play a couple tournaments in the U.S., it's far from second nature for us, and that adds that extra layer. Now, I'm not surprised when we look at some of the top Americans. Rick Barrett has got some of the most experience with
Yes.
the mini golf balls. And Highlighter's been building that up over the past couple of years, and certainly trains a lot with them at home. So I think there is a little bit that as well when you're taking the U.S. side of things into account.
Highlighter in lane 2 now, going through the bunker, top left of your screen, up and in around the dish. And he gets another ace. So Highlighter doing very well. Haven't talked a lot about Jeremy Inabinet from the U.S. too. He shot a 34 his first round, definitely off. Definitely improved his second round with a 30. Your thoughts on Jeremy Inabinet's performance today?
Yeah, I caught a decent chunk of his first round, and that he could spend $1,000 and wouldn't buy a ball to drop for him in that first round. And I think there was a couple shots he would have liked back, but there was a few too that just, sat there, didn't roll out the way he expected. And I know Jeremy's a good putter, and we see some of the improvement in the second round. We'll see what happens here in the third round as well. But yeah, Highlighter seems to have a good headspace and rolling with it there.
Yeah,
Hey,
he's certainly kept it together. Go ahead.
Hey, I'm actually gonna jump off for a bit
Yeah.
and go back and do, but I have who's gonna jump on here to
Okay.
talk with you, Mr. Mark Chapman, who's here watching, helping out. He of the World Crazies ultimate success. What we have 5 times? He'll tell you all about it because he never shuts up about it. But Mark can tell you more about this course, how it plays, ball selection, what the weather is doing to it. He's got an excellent background in that and just a great critical eye. And I'll let you talk to him for a few minutes, Dave.
All right. Thanks, Pat, for joining us. If you would check back in with us maybe after the third round to see how things are going, I would appreciate that too as well.
Will do. Sounds good. Thanks.
All right. Pat Sheridan from the Putting Penguin in the U.S. and the American Mini Golf Alliance. And Mark Chapman is here on the line with us. How are you, Mark?
Hello, I am feeling good. It's lovely here in the UK sunshine, and we're seeing some great play halfway through day one.
Are you enjoying yourself? You're actually not playing in the tournament, correct?
Correct. Yes, I'm here to witness history of this event landing in the UK for the first time, and to cheer on my teammates and also meet up with some friends from around the world, Pat included in that.
Awesome. Well, give me a little bit of your perspectives that we haven't had a chance to get to know each other or talk a lot. I've done a couple of the final tournaments myself and played in them, but it's a different perspective sitting back and watching things from this angle. What is your perspective? You have obviously a lot of knowledge about the course. I think it's fantastic. It's a tight course, but man, it's certainly giving a lot of drama today for the Aces. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think it's the right style of event for this type of course. It's the history of this course goes back 5 years to it originally being a 12-hole layout, and then a few years ago extended to a full 18. So that involved a little bit of remodeling, but it kind of adds to this, I'd say, lack of flow. On most courses, you can find a few holes in a row where you can get into a rhythm with very similar tee shots, very similar styles of tee shot, be it a long laggy putt where you can really kind of dial into the speed of the surface. But this course is hole by hole. You go from one hole to the next, and it demands a different skill, and that could be a short, fast rebound shot with a low bounce ball. It could be a sort of mid-length shot with a high bounce ball. It could be a long laggy putt. It could be a dead ball sort of played to sort of kiss an obstacle, to kiss a rock. So you're sort of interlacing these different styles of tee shots, which demands different ball selection, of course, and different speed of contact on the ball, and that's leading to inconsistency transferring from one hole to the next and having to make that adjustment. So I think what you're starting to see with that sort of gap of sort of 9 shots now from first down to 16th, where the cut line will be tomorrow morning. You're starting to see the players that have put the time in, tuning in to the right sort of frequency that this course requires. Because obviously there's no shotgun starts here. Everyone is playing from hole 1 to hole 18 in turn. So the people that have played enough circuits, that have tuned into where you need to dial back, where you need to dial up, they're starting to reap the rewards with these very, very kind of average conditions. The conditions are, it's not too hot, not too cold. It's staying very consistent. There's cloud cover, so there's no shadow play. So yeah, you're seeing the scores yo-yo from those players that maybe haven't put the hours in or have played here before, and you're starting to see those slightly more seasoned, more consistent, more controlled putters starting to pull away by 2, 3, 4 shots.
Yeah, the weather I know was a concern earlier, maybe in the week, but I'm not too surprised by the leaderboard. Are you so far after 2 rounds?
No, I think the people you'd expect to be in the 16, I think the key protagonists in the season are up there. I think players like Balash, Tompa, Gary Coombs, you may be a little bit surprised. They're newer names to people on the tour. But then,
Yes.
you mix in, Daniel Valchek, Sevi Kukielka, Chris Randall. These are guys that are proven champions, and they're in the mix, only a couple of shots behind Balash. So yeah, it's one of those events where again, this is qualification. This is the pre-event, as it were. 5 rounds of play to determine who the top 16 players are around this circuit, and then the real tournament will start come tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, that's interesting. You know what I wasn't really prepared for, and we're talking with Mark Chapman now, was the amount of aces that I'm seeing on the course today. Now, obviously the course is named Aces and it has a history of that, but man, to see Tobias Borley have 23 aces in 2+ rounds is remarkable. And then to see also one of the stats we carry is to see most aces in a row. Cameron Cooper and Ladislav and Simon Brown with 7, 6, and 5 aces in a row. That is just impressive. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? It's crazy.
It's scoring that's comparable to playing on continental surface like Etanet or Swedish Felt. So these kind of scores for the European players that are traveling here to the UK, the expectation of going from hole to hole and the ace is the expectation. This is not an unfamiliar feeling to them. So dealing with that pressure as you go through the round, and you're on a good score, and you have to keep finding the hole. They're very comfortable with that, maybe more so than the British players, and certainly any US players that haven't played a surface or a system maybe like putt, and that has that same sort of expectation that every hole should be an ace, really.
Yeah, exactly.
And we've got Mr. Perfect here. We've got Rick Baird. He is in the mix. He played the first round just beautifully well for 26, and followed it up with a par 29. I think that cut line is still, to me, looking at being somewhere in the region of 29 and a half. I think that's to be safe. You may need a playoff if you're sitting on a sort of a 30 average after round 5 tomorrow. So there are players that are used to that pressure, that expectation of banging in aces hole after hole. For those that aren't, it's a new experience, and it's one that they can grow into the tournament. But 5 rounds it's brutal. You have not much time to adapt and adjust and feel your way into a course of this nature. And I'll say as well, the holes are relatively short. So they're not massively long lanes. They're holes that demand accuracy, focus, a sense of calm over the
Yes.
ball. If you rush, if you're very jerky, inconsistent with your stroke, then it the course bites, and
Yeah.
that's why you're seeing a little bit of yo-yoing. It's settling down now, having seen sort of round two come in. People are more consistent, less drop shots. And yeah, it's just about just keeping that flow, staying hydrated on a day like today, and you know, trying to get through 4 rounds where you certainly don't knock yourself out of contention. But there'll still be a lot more to play for tomorrow morning in the final qualifying round.
Yeah, you were talking about how the course can bite back. We just saw Daniel Volchek on lane number 10 on the top left-hand section of your screen. Not sure if you can see it or not, Mark, but it just lipped out and it went to the right over there by the rock. And I'm sure that was something that he hasn't experienced very much before of that particular shot. He's staring it down now, as a matter of fact. So, yeah, the course is short, but it's got a lot of, there's another ace on lane number 10 too. So we're seeing a lot of different variety. I was just looking at, I think there's been aces on every hole, obviously, on every lane. I think, are there any particular lanes that you note that are playing the most difficult? It seems like the least amount of aces are lane 8 and probably lane 15 and lane 10. I'm surprised we haven't seen a little bit more drama on lane 16, which is the volcano lane. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, take 16 for example. We in the Western world call it a volcano. Those in Europe would call it a cake, believe it or not. It's like a wedding
Really?
cake where you have
Gotcha.
2 tiers. Um, this hole, it's the type of hole where you can just take a golf ball, put it in the center of the tee box, aim at the middle of a hole, and just play beautifully straight. Um, and that's what the customers do when they come and play during the week here out of tournament conditions. But with
Yes.
mini golf balls and the options available to you of varying weight, you're seeing a variety of tee positions. Some people starting quite
Yes.
far to the
Yes.
left and
Yep.
sort of aiming right lip. Some people going from the other side. So you're seeing a lot of variety and a lot of different ball choices, which does surprise me. Um, you're also seeing people end up at the back a lot. So they're not hedging their bets. There is a dish, there is a bowl around the cup at the top of the volcano. So you have a lot of margin if you're not in line with the center of the cup. But I'm seeing so many people almost kind of grip it and rip it and just kind of commit to the middle. And when it's off center, it just fly over the top and they end up in the bunker down the volcano at the back. And then, fine, if you end up in the same place every time you play it, if it doesn't drop, then you know the second part, but there's jeopardy there. So yeah, definitely the average there should be lower. Um,
Mm.
when you look at hole 17, it's virtually the same average, and I'd say 17 is a much harder lane.
Yeah, absolutely it is. You bring up a very valid point there on that. This is the World Adventure Golf Tour Finals. If you're watching from all over the world, my name's Dave Vida. I got Mark Chapman on here. We just spoke with Pat Sheridan shortly. We are in the midst of starting round 3 for most players right now. You talked about variety of shots, variety of mini European golf balls being used, Mark. I noticed that in this course, even though it's so short, there's a lot of ways, different ways to play each lane. For instance, on the top left-hand section of your screen, you can see lane number 2, which most players, almost all of them, have opted to go through the bunker just to the right of that rock, but nobody's opted to go up to the pipe. Now, why is that?
It's not a conversation. The pipe unfortunately does not lead to the hole consistently, so they immediately
Right.
discount this. Whereas on hole 4, you have you have no other choice than to play up the ramp and into the pipe, and it's a guaranteed ace virtually every time. I'd say 95% of the time,
Yes.
if you play it well. And then you have there's a couple of sort of holes where you have to guide it into a channel that's effectively, you could call it a pipe style hole, that again has an incredibly high success rate. And then you have, well, talking about hole 17. Hole 17, you have
Yes.
an option to go up the ramp, and there are 3 holes at the top. The middle hole is the hole that you want to take it to the cup, and playing it with a dead ball actually does give you quite a good chance of going in. And I know during the practice days here, I've been here since Wednesday. I've witnessed the first 2 practice days, official practice days, and then obviously today, day 1 of a tournament proper. A few players were mulling it over, where they were considering playing up the pipe with a dead ball, but the consensus now, sort of people tend to head towards the majority, and when the top players are playing that shot around the side and opting not to use the pipe channel, then
Right.
generally people gravitate towards the same shot and the same balls. So that's what you tend to get over the practice days, and people, experiment, they mix it up. And then gravitate towards the note that they're going to play in the tournament for real. But having said that, come match play, it's an option, isn't it?
It really is. It really is. Absolutely. There's no question about it. And it's funny, I wonder how many people are changing their strategy halfway through the tournament. I think there's a lot of practice that's being done ahead of time. Similar shots by everybody and getting the pacing down. But I wonder if things aren't going well. For instance, Justin Seymour from the U.S. isn't always hitting his aces. I wonder if he's changing things up and taking a different approach on some lanes. I wonder if that aspect gets into his head a little bit, that little head chatter that he has going through around. I wonder if players are taking that approach.
You mentioned Justin. I was doing some coaching during the practice days and trying to help some of the players that have traveled from abroad to prepare for this and sort of hone in what sort of ball selections they need, and just generally it's a good way to introduce yourself and build some rapport with someone, especially if they're struggling on a hole and I can come in and be the miracle worker. It really does enamor them to myself and the rest of the Brits quite quickly. So
Sure.
some holes require a smoothness. That perhaps when you're the one standing over the putt, you don't quite feel yourself. So you need someone from the outside looking in, either filming you or watching you and then pointing out, any sort of tension. Some of the short holes were causing Justin some issues, but he's settled on the ball choice and just put enough reps in, as it were, taking that tee shot. And
Yes.
on hole 13 in particular, the short hole where you drop it off from the ledge, the elevated tee position, it's very short. The hole's about 3 foot away from you, and
Yes.
but you
Yeah.
drop it
Very
down.
short.
You drop it down onto a marble slab that acts a bit like a runway with a dead ball. You could use a golf ball again. There's no reason why you can't just softly plot
Sure.
a golf ball off the ramp and it will guide to the hole. But the big thing is resisting, sort of giving it some more to give it a better chance of going in. That's where the overhit comes, and then it runs past the hole, and you feel like it's a missed ace opportunity. So there's a big mental aspect, especially when, as we said before, when the expectation is for you to go round and ace the majority of holes. That if it's not
Pressure.
falling for you,
Yeah.
that
Pressure.
builds, and it builds through the round you're on, and it builds throughout the day. And you run out of rounds, you run out of time, you run out of holes, you run out of patience. And I think yesterday was an incredibly warm day, and some people may be slightly mentally and physically fatigued after a week's practice. Yesterday just sort of frazzled them, and
Yes.
I think people needed to regroup in their minds last night and try and go again today. But generally, I think people are playing well. I don't
Yeah.
see any issues out there. I don't see any meltdowns yet.
Nope.
Notice I've again just put the asterisk on that yet, because we are halfway through round 3. In terms of the groups going out, and I'm looking at scores at the moment.
Yes.
There's some
Too.
good. Jeremy in a Burnett, 7 under at the moment through 14. He's just hovering on that cut line at the moment. He needs to go sub 30 to really help his average. He's looking like he's on the way to doing so. And then we've just got to get, you know, get these players that are sort of hovering around that cut line. Brian Akers, for example, you know, he's sat in 20th at the moment on 13 under. He's only 2 shots off that cut line as it stands.
Yeah, we knew it was going to be tight. We knew that the difference between the cut and not the cut is going to be 1 or 2 strokes. It's just going to be tight for a lot of people, I think.
Yeah, Justin's just he's 4 under now for 11, so he's actually on the same score as Brian now at 13 under.
Yeah.
So these guys are moving forwards. They're getting more familiar. They're getting more comfortable with the course. The more rounds they play competitively, the more they've got the opportunity to dial in. And even below them, I look at players like Gunnar Bengston. He's a World Adventure Golf Masters multiple champion. The pedigree of some of these players, even on the lower half of this, Erik Kalmarsson, you know, Swedish champion from the WAGT Tour and you know, adventure golf generally. You know, he's sat there on 10 under. He's scored 231s, which is below average to make that 16. You know, he's going to have to switch on and fire something sort of in the mid-20s to really catapult himself back in the mix just for the cut.
Yeah, a couple of thoughts on that you bring up, Mark, is that, you know, Erik is a world champion, but there are certain courses that just don't suit your play that well. You know, this is a completely different course and style than Portugal was. And it's
so.
also, yeah, right. It's completely different, right? But it's also important to note that you make up a very good point. Erik Hermansson from Sweden, who won last year, even though he shoots 231s, minus 10 off the pace by quite a bit, is still not out of it. He's got to remain focused because he can catch up a lot of ground and catch fire very, very quickly. Because the opposite is going to happen to some players out there. For instance, Balazs Tompa is not doing as well this round through almost 13 lanes. He's only minus 4. So he's not catching the fire that he caught before, but you're going to have up and down rounds. There's no question.
Yeah, yo-yoing rounds from, you know, round to round, but also yo-yoing within the rounds, the ebb and flow, dropping shots, going on a run of 3 or 4 aces in a row, and then dropping a shot. And this is what we're seeing. And this, again, just a general comment. We live in the world of mini golf sport where we have multiple surfaces. This is the beauty of adventure golf. Adventure golf is a standalone system, a standalone surface that we play on, and what you tend to find is more variety, more yo-yoing within these whole designs. It's a lot more open play. It's a lot more line and length. And the course changes when the weather changes as well. The felt, this is a sand-based course. So when this whole area was laid out, then the underlayer, the drainage was placed in. The felt goes on top, which is an adventure golf grass, artificial grass style.
Yes.
With different grades of smooth and rough areas, and the water, the big blue patch you see at the top left of your screen that runs through the course, that's not real water. Sorry to break the illusion, but that is a thick blue rough felt, artificial grass that really slows the ball up. And then you've got the bunker areas again. Sorry, they're not real sand, and like the Portuguese course, they are not individual stones, so you can play through them. They are artificial grass, but they are a little bit smoother than the dark green rough you see on your screen, and the water that you see on the screen, the blue felt. And when the sun came out yesterday, the course heats up. Normally, when you play on a very tight surface, tight line, very thin felt, the warmer it gets, the faster the felt gets. But this material, this surface with the sand layer, when this felt was laid down, when this artificial grass was laid down, you cover it in sand, and you need hot weather for the sand to kind of sink into the surface. And when the hot weather comes out, now that it's bedded in, then the surface actually slows down. So the ball will start doing strange things. It will stay straight where you expect it to turn when it slows down by the hole, or it will just slow down. If you're playing the long lag putts, the speed will drop off more dramatically. Everything slows down. Some things turn less, some things turn more. So it completely changes the ball selection as well. But the conditions today are, like I said, they're fair. Temperature is somewhere in the region of 20 degrees. And the going is good, as they say.
Yeah, there's an interesting perspective that you offer there because there is a science behind all of this and how the course was built and how it plays and the perspective that people need to keep in mind when the weather changes too. That's also a big part of this too, as well. So
We love our weather here in the UK.
yes, yes, you do. Yes, you do. On with Mark Chapman. My name is Dave Vida, and we are live, continuing coverage of the World Adventure Golf Tour Finals in Gloucester here in the UK at Aces Mini Golf. So let me ask you before I let you go, because we're gonna hop on one of our feature groups. Do you have a favorite? Can you let us in on who you're following and who you're rooting for the most?
I
I don't
always
want to
have a
get you in
favorite.
trouble. I don't want
always
to
have
get you
a
in
favorite.
trouble, but
Other than my American friends, then I have to root for my club mate at Strokes Mini Golf Club here in England, and that is James Rutherford. So he came
Yes.
top after the qualifying rounds last year, and then got bitten as the #1 seed against number 16 in the first round of the playoffs, and he started well, but there's a killer round in him, and he's completed round 3 with a 33, sat on 11 under, which at the moment is 5 shots off the cut line. So he's got a big score in him there. You know, I reckon he can go 26, 27, but he needs it now. He needs it at the end of today. He needs it in round 4 to set him up for that race to the finish line in round 5 tomorrow. So yeah, I am rooting for my club mate. Otherwise, I'll probably have to pay more fees next time I have to play at my home course.
yeah, that's the fun of it, though. Look, Rutherford is a stand-up guy. We love him, and I hope he does very well. You're by all means, I don't want to hold you up, but you're more than welcome to stay and do commentating and join us, or move on to whatever you have to do next. But I definitely appreciate your time and your perspective on things. It was so helpful to me, and I'm sure to our audience watching around the world too as well today, Mark.
I'm more than happy to stay on and watch
Yes.
watch this round, and let us know who's coming up next.
It's just me, so I'm a solo
On
tour
the
today.
course, I meant.
Yes, understood. So we got our featured group on the bottom right hand section is Cameron Cooper, who just aced. Is it Patina? I always have a hard time with his last name, but Simon Brown is also there from Great Britain. So another one of your favorites, I'm sure, too, as well. So Cameron just got the ace there, and they're moving on to lane number 2, which is putting corners. We're going to get to lane 3 here shortly. I think Cameron Cooper is on the tee box, but again, the cross traffic patterns, everybody's kind of aware and trying to be careful to not step into anybody's line as we go.
Yeah, to sort of pull the curtain back behind the scenes, as it were, this the featured group, they have obviously the cameras, 2 cameras following, so they give them a little bit more leeway on the course, a bit more space to allow for the images that you're able to see back at home. But in terms of the flow around the course, everything's flowing nicely. There's enough space for people to spectate around the outside of the course, and the atmosphere is just fantastic here.
Cam Cooper back-to-back aces, starting out his round 3 on lane 1 and lane 2. Simon Brown, did it go in? No, he just leaves it a little bit short. A little tap in there.
He'll be disappointed there. Hole 2, you know, a lot of the local players will see that as a banker shot. I've noticed we take a slightly tighter line, a bit straighter, whereas some of the foreigners will play a bit wider, and they'll start from further right on the tee and try and roll it about a putt ahead from the left edge of the right-hand rock through the bunker and that
Mhm.
promotes a much bigger turn. And there is a bowl around the hole, but you see it's sticking as it's just stuck there.
Yeah, that's tough. I noticed the ball coming back a lot too, um, which can provide a second tricky shot sometimes.
Yeah, the shot from the back from the rough is not too bad, but if you do overcook it, then there's certainly something to think about as you stand over putt two.
Mark Chapman's on with me, Dave Vida here. World Adventure Golf Tour Finals, round 3 underway, our featured group. You talked about variety of shots earlier, Mark, in our conversation, and this is one of the lanes I wanted to bring up is lane number 3, because the SOS Sevi or Safe really shows from this camera angle 3 different options. Do you prefer any one of the 3 options?
The skill shot is to use a lowish bounce ball, something in the region of 10 centimeters, and to play the ball, not this shot, mind. This is the golf ball playing wider to catch it's sort of
Yes.
a knobbly rock. It's one of the sandstone rocks in the corner of the lane. Very inconsistent. Difficult to control the pace, but the angle it generates is fairly safe to just tap it in for 2. So you're seeing the players that are sort of playing more cautiously take this line. Then we got Simon Brown here playing the golf ball off the
Crazy.
marble on the right-hand lane. This is a lovely shot. This has got a great chance of going in. Saying I called it first. And it's
Hey.
just strolled past, unfortunately. But this one, you see there's a chalk line on his back foot there across the back of the lane. So if the ball did roll over that, then you get to replace it. And it's a right to left moving shot from the back for 2. And then I think the optimum line, like I was saying before, is to play a ball around 10 centimeter bounce, and you play it along the line of that central island. Try not to catch any of the bricks on the central island, and you're playing it off. There's two slabs at the end of the lane that you're aiming to catch, and it's a relatively short rebound, probably about 2 foot from the slabs you're trying to hit resides the hole. And that tends to give you the best chance of the ace, I would say. But it is a precision shot. You've got to miss the island. So yeah, I would go for that personally, and I think some of the top players are playing that shot very effectively today.
Yeah, we almost saw all 3 different shots. I haven't seen too many shots there that Cam Cooper and Jan Patina have taken off the left side, but it's interesting. I think you're right. Cam used a regular golf ball, and I think Jan used that 10 centimeter ball that gave it a nice bounce to it. So it was, all 3 players ended up parring that particular lane, but the perspective was
No one
kind of
played the shot. No one played the key shot there. So
right.
the line that I was talking about was from the left edge of a tee, trying to play for one of the 2 bricks at the end, missing the island. So no one played that shot, and funnily enough, no one aced it. So there you go.
We got our second featured group on now, Mark, on the bottom left-hand section of your screen, a real treat. We have Gary Combs, Sevi Kukielka, and Gunnar Benston. So we got
Fantastic
Great
group.
Britain. That really is. That is top notch, really. And it's going to be interesting to see how Sevi was Sevi the ultimate designer of the course, or I'm sure he had at least a lot of perspective on it.
Yeah, so the designers here are a company called Putt Fantastic, led by Steve Valerie, who is a former mini golf player back in the UK when mini golf became a thing. When the British Mini Golf Association became an entity and ran tournaments, the Valerie family would play mini golf, and then his garden landscaping business diversified into designing and building courses. So he was the lead designer. And then as the course was being laid out, Sevi, as the instigator of the project, was able to fine tune the holes as they were being built to make it playable, and to find that fine line between it being playable with a course ball for the public, and also, maintain its playability with mini golf balls if you were to host a professional event like this one.
So on the top left and bottom left of your screen, Gary Combs, Sevi Kukielka, both aced. And this one a little bit ambitious there for Gunnar Bankston. I've had a chance to play with a Gunnar in the Czech Republic. He is just a stand-up guy too, man. He's really, really very disciplined in his approach and his practice as well. A lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, he'll seek a big round. He needs to make a move soon. He's sat on 12 under. The cut line is drifting up now to 18 under being safe. 17 under is a whole melee. There's 4 people there at the moment tied on the same score as it stands halfway through round 3. So Gunnar needs to sort of hang on to the coattails of Sevi and Gary. Gary's a relatively new player in the UK. He's just been putting the hours in. He's been traveling abroad, playing in some European events, and he's playing the shot, as I've just described. He's playing past the island without touching it. But this time the ball reacted a little bit too much, probably slightly overhit. But he's doing superbly well in this event. His first really big tournament. I spoke with him after round 1, and he did suggest that he was incredibly nervous. But he managed to flip those nerves into the feeling of excitement and the opportunity to play with some of the best players in the world.
Yeah, I can tell you that those nerves are real. On my first tournament, they do go away, but you know, you can get quite nervous. Now, there's an interesting perspective there from Sevi, who actually brought it a little far. This is a tough putt here. You mentioned that it goes right to left. Maybe it's you know,
right lip,
quo,
just outside right lip, plays it well.
Oh yeah, he didn't even waste any time there. Sevi went right up and just cracked it. But do players not choose the first shot that we saw there off the right bank because they're afraid of going too far right, or is it just a matter of comfortability?
Missing the rock. If you miss the rock, then you're in deep trouble. But let's see, Gunnar should play the line fast, miss the island, and
more of a
just
dead
short.
ball, more of a dead ball, right?
Exactly that.
Yeah,
that's the play. You saw it was running in line with the hole. It just didn't quite have enough.
Yeah, I like that because I think it takes a lot of the trouble away of a rebound that gets out of control, sort of like a little bit of Sevi's. And
I think the speed that you have to play that shot is quite intimidating for some players because it's a type of shot that Scandinavian players are very familiar with on Swedish felt. You have to play straight and fast with a low bounce ball very often. And you just don't get that on adventure golf. You don't get the opportunity to play at speed whilst trying to maintain the line and direction. So our continental friends love that shot. They'll be very comfortable. The British players are always looking for ways to play slower off the tee, as we see Gary teeing it up now on lane number 4.
Saw one person earlier today, Mark, go over the ramp, and then you're really in jail. That's the case?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he got it.
But you do tend to end up in the same place in the bunker, and then you're playing a rebound shot off the external wood line because there's a stone right under Sevi's nose as you see him teeing up. That stone is line of sight from the back, so it blocks your route to the hole. So you have to play a rebound off the wood to get it up towards the hole and hope it catches the bowl around that hole to suck it in. And I see a lot of people practice that second shot successfully.
Here goes Gunnar off the right side of the tee box, taking a little bit of a different approach here, but you know, he's got such a unique style and unique form, and he gets right up and hits it too as well. He gets it into the channel. That's going to come down, and that's center cut. Nicely done. 3 aces.
Every time. As they say in Anchorman, 60% of the time it works every time.
And then the comment was, that doesn't make any sense.
Yet it does.
Yet it does. One of my favorites. One of my favorites.
Just watching at the moment, Marco Noitio has gone 10 under through 16 and taken a 2-shot lead as it stands.
Yeah, let me take a look at that leaderboard. I have not been that close on that as of late. I have to go back and forth between my screens as well.
On a massive run at the moment. He's aced 10 holes with no drop shots and 2 to play. He's on hole 17 and he's looking to beat the current low score of the tournament, which still stands at 24 from Balázs Tompa from
Gee.
Hungary.
Wow. That is wow. That is crazy. That's crazy.
Good opportunity.
Just a great score. These scores are just I'm just mind boggled. So yeah, look at Balázs on his third round. Definitely an off round. We talked about the peaks and valleys. You're gonna ebb and flow a little bit. You and I talked about that. From a 24 to a 30. Again, a lot of things have to go right for someone to shoot a 24. Now, Balázs has a ton of skill, but it's not always going to go your way, as you know.
Yeah, you need a bit of luck with these things. As long as you're playing the right shots and you're just staying very calm, you're always going to have a chance of that ball dropping. But when it doesn't, it's not if it doesn't, when it doesn't, then you just have to sort of ride the wave and try not to get too sort of stuck in the moment. As Simon Brown aces. No finger point. Oh, he's got the ball. What's that? That's a glass ball, I believe.
The lane 6 he's on there. He's on lane 6, right? Turbulence.
Yes, he's along the back. Yes. This is an interesting hole because you start on the tee and you look at the tee as the second ace goes in on that group. That hole, it looks very intimidating, very hilly, and you think, wow, 2 mounds, how am I going to negotiate this towards the hole without it turning dramatically offline? But actually, you only need to play it over the first hump shoulder, and then it runs pretty straight past the second hump towards the hole. It's a lovely shot, that lovely kind of laggy putt up and over the first mound, and it runs towards the hole. And now this next putt is a second lag putt, played, as you can see, moves slightly right to left through the rocks.
Yes.
And nails it.
Does. Yeah, going back to lane number 6, Turbulence, that is a touch putt because, again, the ball tends to want to travel past that cup, and that second putt can be a little tricky, a little bit of a knee knocker, so to speak, if you go too far.
We've seen 27 threes and 3 fours on that hole so far, and it is averaging absolutely level par 2 right now. But it is a very aceable hole. Having played it myself, having a bit of sneaky game time during practice, coaching some players, I've never played this 18-hole course in anger. I haven't had the opportunity to compete on this course, but that hole, I do. It fits my style really nicely. And wow, look at the tee off position here now on hole 7. We're going extreme right on the tee.
That's very unusual. I've seen 1 or 2 people already behind the second rock on the right. I have not seen a tee position from here.
So it's actually looking to touch the inside of the left rock deliberately with the ball to then guide it to the hole, but that's reacted off the rock and missed down on the right-hand side.
It's a little bit ambitious, I think. I think it's a lower probability play, but that's what he's comfortable with. And who am I to tell Jan that he's crazy to play it? He's
just
doing
did
quite well. Yeah, I know. I just kind of did. Sorry, Jan, if you're watching back later on.
It's fine. He's a nice guy. He's here with his family. He's enjoying his trip.
Yeah, I played with him last year too as well. He's a swell fellow. We are live at the World Adventure Golf Tour Finals. If you're joining us from all over the world, we're at Aces in Gloucester, and my name is Dave Vida, joined by Mark Chapman here. We're doing some play-by-play color and really getting an interesting perspective on the course from someone who knows. That's certainly not me, but Mark. And just another close miss there for Cameron. A passionate guy about his putting.
I looked over my shoulder there for a second, wondered who he was speaking about.
Well, it's not me, that's for sure.
Well, again, my experience in the UK is good, but this course relatively is a relatively new concept for me. But I've spent the last 3 days here acquiring the knowledge and watching the players play. So I've got a pretty good handle on this now. So let me at him.
Seve with a little long there on lane 6 on Turbulence. He's got about a 2.5 footer here. I think this is maybe left center. I don't think it's going to go too much out of control here. And Seve, of course, just doesn't waste any time, and he's very confident with his putting. So a 2 is
Seve's
Yeah,
renowned for his second putts, just hard and fast middle, takes any break out of it, especially if he's within 2 foot of a hole. He's just going to nail it every time.
so my style is a little bit different than those. I like to mark the ball and I like to line it up, and I'll take my time with those second putts, and that's usually when I miss them as well. So
Well, it's very, you need to be more zen. You need to be no
Yeah.
mind rather than too much mind.
Little spontaneous doesn't hurt sometimes. All sorts of crossing traffic patterns right now on your screen. We've got 4 of them going at you in our 2 featured groups, Cameron Cooper, Simon Brown, and Jan Patina, along with our other featured group of Gary Combs from Great Britain, Sevi Kukielka, and Gunnar Bankston. So we got a lot of action happening here in round 3. This is the 3rd of 4 rounds. The 5th
And
round
Gunnar-
tomorrow morning.
Sorry, Gunnar missing, and you see the difference here. He was unsure. He was about 3 foot from the hole rather than 2 foot from the hole for the second part. So that distance means you can't just gun it at the middle of the hole and take the break out of it. You have to know where it will break, and you have to play it with more finesse. And that finesse there meant that the ball had the opportunity to break more, and it's just sat on the right lip of the cup. Whereas Sevi, within just a foot closer, was able to just bang it straight in for 2 with no mind. So there's the difference we were talking about.
Cameron Cooper adding another ace to his repertoire there on that lane, which is the pipe hole. I think that's lane number 9. Is that correct? Halfway around the bend? No, am I right on that? Trying to gain perspective with all my notes here.
Yes, you're correct. And just watching the end, the stats coming in, Marco Noitio from Finland finished with a 3 on 18. So he didn't go super low. He ended up with a 27 in round 3. And those last 2 holes, he finished with 2 and 3. So really kind of fell away at the end and sucked him back into the pack. And his lead has been cut from 2 to 1.
I'm assuming we're counting every lane as a 2, so par 36. Is that fair to say, or am I
We are
miscounting
indeed.
somewhere along? Okay.
Yeah, even though this course, as you've already pointed out, is an ace fest.
Yes.
Every hole still you would class as a par 2, and then you're trying to shoot as many aces as you can with as few drops as you can.
Jan Patina with, I believe, an ace. I don't think he left it short, or did he? No, he got it. So I think there were 3 aces there on lane number 9. As we go to 10 on the bottom right side of your screen, the Trident, one of the biggest greens, but the hazards are right up front. A bunker surrounded by 3 rocks. I initially thought you can't go straight, but apparently you can. The initial play I thought would be a bank shot, but on lane number 10, it's straight through the left side of the rocks and take the bank.
Yeah, there's two routes there really. You either you have 3 rocks, and you either pass to the left of the central rock, or you pass to the right with more angle off the tee to start with. So some of our Czech players were playing from the from the left side of the tee. If you look in the top left corner of the screen, for example, as you look at it, you see that anyone teeing up on the left-hand side as we view it will always be passing to the left-hand side of the central rock, touch the slab at the back, and the ball will catch the bowl and roll in. Something like
That's just
that.
impressive. I see so many different angles of that too as well. Like he touched the rock, it went around the cup, it banked off, and it still came back in. That dish.
The risk with playing this side is missing the slab to the right as we look at it, and that's exactly what Simon Brown has done already today once, and you end up in the rough and in the water So let's see if he can catch the slab, the marble, and
Yeah, the
directs it
rebound bar
towards
there.
the hole. So
Is
here
it
it
because he's
comes.
standing too far right, maybe? You know, he got this one. That looks really good.
Yeah, good adjustment.
Yes. Fantastic. Fantastic job there. All right. So one left here in one of our featured groups, Jan Patina. And Jan is from Slovakia. You can see Vanette Block on lane number 2 again as she starts her 4th round. Things are moving along swiftly. I had a feeling because of the play, by the way, Jan, that's 3 aces there on lane number 10. I just had a feeling, Mark, because of the fast of the how compact this course is, that play would be kind of fast today, and it's kind of going what I thought was be according to plan.
There are no killer holes that will hold you up. There's no risk of sevens on this, apart from maybe hole 4. If you can't keep getting it up the ramp towards the pipe over and over again, then you're at risk of a 6 or 7. But really, this is the type of course where there's no bottlenecks as such, where players are going to get stuck with players shooting high scores. So it's it's a very quick round. It's flowing nicely, and yeah, players are sort of having a little bit of break before they're out
Oh.
again.
There's a unforced
Oh.
error there from Cameron Cooper, missing on the low side there. Is it me, or does it look like Gunnar's giving himself a lot of work on these putts today? This round is not being kind to him. He's certainly working pretty hard just to get his pars.
He is. I had a discussion with him after the last round, and he uses his own Gunnar Ball of Fame from 3D Mini Golf on
Yes.
half of the holes. He uses it, and that ball it doesn't have much bounce to it. It's fairly weighty, so it's got a nice sort of weight to it. It's quite heavy, but it's also fairly dead, and he's using that ball because he's familiar with it. He's comfortable with it. Having a Ball of Fame, you have a bit of an ego to play your own ball as often as you can, and yeah, it just I don't know if it's the right choice on a course like this where each hole is
Sure.
quite specialist. You can get away certainly playing the same ball on quite a few holes, but I think maybe more variety would see an improvement in his scores as Sevi plops it off the top. And in, of course it is. We don't even need to look, do we?
Yeah, that's just it's textbook there. You know, obviously there's an option on this particular lane, people going up the slope on the left side or dunking it down off the right ledge there. It's interesting how, you know, just like Gary left it a little bit short there and didn't make it in for his ace. So different perspectives and different ways of playing certainly add to the mystique and challenge of the course today. Cameron Cooper now. See if we can figure out which lane he's on. I think he's on the butterfly effect.
Yeah, this is 12.
12.
And in.
Good for him.
Tricky hole this because the angle you play it, you hop it over a rock, and if you slightly underhit it, you catch the edge of the rock, which this is why players are using a fairly dead ball, because if you do catch the rock, then it doesn't affect the flight too much. But you want to touch the wood at the top. And if you don't touch the wood at the top and you don't get the rotation, then you end up coming back straight, or as Simon hit the lip of the cup as he's pointing out, then it does kick it left, and you're left with a tricky second putt that moves.
Yeah,
and oh my word, he's down on his haunches. There's a sight I didn't want to see today, but I know I have. I can't unsee it. Simon Brown, belly down, and let's see if he can convert.
Simon Brown belly down, and he makes it. Great putt.
We want to see the belly dance after that.
True story. Here goes Sevi on 10 with the backdrop, and boom, right in the center cut. Boy, he is just He's textbook, putting on a little bit of a clinic here. Good stuff to
Safe.
watch.
Yeah, safe pair of hands around this course. You would certainly want to win him in the sweepstake.
That's right. Yeah, Patina is going to be on the high side a little bit. I'll have a second putt tap in there. And then Gunnar needs to make something happen and move right away here. It's getting late early for Gunnar, as they say, but he does get an ace. Very nicely done.
Yep, that's
Well
his. That's he needs to make some movement soon. He's still dropping shots every round. He's had 2 drops on holes 6 and 7 this current round, but follows it up with 2 aces on 9 and 10.
And on to lane 11, rocking around. The hill slopes in front and carries the ball down to the player's left. This is kind of a fun, kind of a long lag. I don't see a tremendous amount of aces on this because the ball can either go. Is it in? Oh yeah.
All the way. Called it first here.
Looked like a clicker too, didn't it? Or glass ball. Thought that's what that was.
That'll be a heavy glass ball. Sebi plays this really well as well. So we're missing the rock. We're going quite high, and we're letting the slope draw the ball back towards the hole. And let's see. It's rolling out and it's in as well, isn't it? Direct.
Wow, that's 2 center cut aces there from Sevi.
Showing how it's done.
Do they ever get bored of getting these aces and hole-in-ones? I'm just curious.
No, I'm guessing not.
Gunnar needs one here to make the trifecta happen. Let's see. Not a gimme, certainly by any stretch. He's
Short,
up. He's
I
coming
reckon.
down.
Oh, missed.
A little left. Our left, his right. That's all right.
It's a game of angles here. You see, you can adjust the angle. You can adjust how far up the slope you hit it to get around that rock. But people also have the opportunity, if they do go a little bit too far, there's a rock near the hole that you can sort of slide past, and it will readjust the ball in line with the hole. So you have a few options there. There's a lot of leeway in that hole. You kind of roll the ball down a channel and just pray that it's rolling in line at the right pace, and hopefully you get the reward of your ace.
It's a very good perspective. I like that. Let's take a look here. I'm just going through my notes too. This is
as we see Gary Coombs on 12. Should be an ace. Misses right lip, touches the top, comes back. Will he catch the bowl? No. Wide left.
Yeah, that was
yeah, 1 inch away from success.
Good effort, but they're not all going to drop. But they usually drop for Sevi. I got to be honest.
Watch this
Sevi
space.
Here. Yes. Lane 12, butterfly effect here. Hits it
Missed the right
ambitiously.
lip perfectly. Touch the top. It's in all day long, and it is.
Oh wow, jeez! 3 in a row there for Sevi. It might have been 4 if I was miscounting.
No, that moves him to 8 under now through 12, and he takes the lead. That ace brings him to 27 under, which goes above the clubhouse lead after 3 rounds of 26 under by Marko Nuotio from Finland. So Sebi Kukielka takes outright lead here at the World Adventure Golf Tour Final.
It's like a little bit of off pace there for Gunnar. He's just probably feeling a little left of center in terms of how his play is today. Definitely gets the 2, and they'll be off to lane 13. 42 players qualifying for the final. 15 of the WMF World Adventure Golf Tour events and an automatic qualification to the finals. And the rest, we have the top 100 players in the world, somewhere sporadically between those numbers. We have 5 female competitors today, 2 trying to be the first world champion. So a lot going on and a lot at stake. in the midst of round number 3 with Mark Chapman and me, Dave Vida, and our featured groups, Cooper Brown and Patina, Coombs, Kukielka, and Bankston. So a lot happening on your screens.
So yeah, you're viewing the end of round 3 for the final groups, and I can tell you round 4 has just begun with Group 1 going out. So 4 rounds today. So we're almost 3/4 of the way through day 1, and obviously this is round 3 of a 5-round qualification for the knockout rounds, the tour final, playing for big money here in Gloucester.
Yeah. Big money indeed, but you know, a lot of these guys, it's just about the bragging rights, right? I mean, I know that, you know, the contingency from New Zealand, you know, Matt Ansley had a lot to, thinks he has a lot to prove today too as well, and would love to earn a championship. Cam Cooper, I know, is always finds himself near the top of that too. You can see him on the bottom right of your screen right now. On lane number
15.
15, the Ricochet. Playing it off that
Oh,
tank,
yes!
and another ace.
Showtime.
Well done. Well done from Cam Cooper. Excellent job. Another ace. Add that to the list. Here's Simon Brown. Got to find that that rebound board, find the right spot, and channel it right to the cup. Players using a dead ball here a little bit. Not much as a dead ball. You need more of a rebound in this. And there's an ace
Boom.
for Simon. And that dance that we just can't mistake.
Yeah, are we going to get the finger point? Did the finger point come out? Oh, no. He's deep in thought.
He's deep in thought. Looking for the trifecta here on 15, the Ricochet. Patina's down, and that's going to be wide right and long. But that should be manageable.
I'll tell you what, just reviewing the results and the scoreboard at the moment, what a scramble to make the 16 now after round 3. I'm looking at this. There's this 4 shots difference from 17th place down to 31st place. Only 4 shots separates. It's unbelievable. Almost 20 players probably have a shot at making that top 16 as we stand. It is going to be, as we say, a bun fight to get into the second part of this tour final.
Yeah, this is tight, tighter than we thought. Look at the U.S. contingency just on the line with Daniel Tatum. Haven't said his name very much today. Akers, Seymour, and Abbott, all just hovering. But again, it all comes down to this next round for them. Well, the next 2 rounds, really.
I just saw a ball bounce in a bunker next to Seri Kukielka's feet.
That is
Gary Coombs.
And actually Cameron Cooper is in trouble too on 16.
Wow, look at the ball.
On mountain pressure. Yeah.
Bottom left. Look at where that ball has ended up. I have not seen a ball in there today.
So the play is going to be to play over. Your body's going to be over. Oh, Cameron Cooper missed that second putt. The play is going to be to play over the rock and then maybe bank it back towards the cup. He got enough room. He might have line of sight.
He's got line of sight, and there is a bowl around that cup. So as long as he can get it up and out the bunker with a bit of forward roll on it, he just needs to catch that bowl. And the difficulty here, of course, is you're right-handed. So you're going to need to be leaning over those rocks to find an angle.
Yes.
Unless he chooses to play left-handed. And you see here, he's trying to find the break on the upslope out of the bunker, up onto from where his ball is. It is an elevated hole position. So let's see how he plays this, leaning against the wall.
That's got to be uncomfortable. But you know what? Let's see the vision. Let's see if he can make this. That's up. Wow, that's world class. That's
what a
world
shot.
class. That's world class. Well done there for Mr. Combs.
He must have played the rebound shot there and absolutely caught a flyer, or even the hole. I didn't see his tee shot, but he's absolutely flown past the hole and into that bunker on the right-hand side. Sevi plays the touch shot, going direct, just missing the edge of the bowl. Good effort.
A lot of action on all the cameras right now. Our featured groups, top left and top right too as well. You see Jeremy and Abbott getting a little bit of relief there from the rock. He left that one short. Jan Patina, rather, he made his 2, I believe, on 16. And now it's Gunnar Bankston.
Good ace on hole 13 for Gunnar. He's looking to ace 14 for the first time today and does.
Oh, yes. Wow. Fantastic putt.
We have some forward movement from Gunnar.
And a little bit of a smile, I think, too, perhaps. Yeah. He's still
It's a really skillful shot to play that. You just need to get it over the rise, up and over the hill with just enough pace, and then it's almost impossible to leave that ball short of a hole. So really, really nice touch shot, lovely finesse, well executed, and gets the reward.
Cam Cooper with another ace. Nobody's choosing to go up this the right side. Everybody chooses to bank, and I guess that would be the logical play here.
Simon does like the pipe hole, but he has chickened out and he is going to play the stock shot. He's going with the majority, peer pressure, and let's see if he can find the angle to guide it to the hole at the right pace. Hole 17 here.
It's got it going. It's a ricochet, a little short. 2 putt there from Coombs on ricochet. Sevi Kukielka now. Left side, bottom left of your screen, lane 15. Coming off a par on 14 on pacemaker.
Go on, run.
Gets right up, hits it, and just misses on the high side a little bit.
Still 9 under through 15 holes. He's playing so well at the moment. His scores of 26, 27, averaging just under 26 per round at the moment. The way that he's putting, Sevi is on fire still.
Yeah, that's impressive. Getting close there in that top 16, like you said. That's really a tight race there. I mean, we'll really start to look at it very closely during the next round. Gunnar picking up his par on 15, ricochet.
Yeah, 5 shots separating Martin Greenhead and Tommy Lanter, tied in 16th place at the moment on the cut line, and only 5 shots down to 33rd place. It's a remarkable fight to get into that 16. It really is. Anyone can get in from, I would say, even lower down. I'd say people that are on 13 under still probably have a chance to get in.
A couple of things to note here. Cooper's got a long 6-footer to make his par on 18, while Combs on 16, setting up far left on the tee box. He's up. And
how's he stopped it there? How has it ended up? Oh, my word. That should have rolled down. It had no right to stay up on the volcano.
Clutch putt there for Cooper to get his par to end his round. That was crazy. 18 does not go as planned all the time.
Amazing finish there, Cameron, with another 29 to follow up his 29 in round 2 and 28 in round 1. 22 under par.
Kukielka slams it in for an ace on 16, the mountain pressure.
Looking really good. Clean round again. Hasn't dropped a shot all day. Goes to 10 under. with 2 holes to play in round 3. With a 3-shot lead at the moment over the rest of the field at 29 under.
Langston now on 16. Takes a step back. Simon Brown with his par putt and makes it. And that leaves Jan Patina on the tee box. Gunnar now on 16. Up. And just slides by to the left.
Yeah, Simon there finishing with a 30 on 14 under, still within reach. That cut line is still there with 2 rounds to play for Simon Brown. And Gunnar still needs aces. It has to happen at some point. 4 under for his round with 2 to play. He's stuck on 16 under, just 3 shots off the cut line.
That's all right. He's still in it. And I'll tell you what. Look at Eric Harmelson too, from Sweden. He's starting to make a move now, coming back up.
The Swedes are creeping their way, place by place, up that leaderboard.
Well, Rick Barrett fell apart there a little bit. Had a couple of rough rounds, a 29 and a 33, which puts him in jeopardy. So he's got to bounce back here on 4 and 5, rounds 4 and 5.
He's old enough and experienced enough to see this out. I have absolute faith that Rick will come good in these final 2 qualification rounds.
Experience is definitely not overrated. That's for sure. Kukielka now, lane 17, stuck for choice. We know which choice he's going to make, I'm pretty sure. Not going to be that big of a guess.
Go on, in the pipe. Oh, so disappointing.
Yeah, well, yeah. If I was a betting man.
Oh, short though.
A little
Oh,
short, couldn't catch the dish.
it's a banker there. He has a roughed up Justus ball. If you want to research that online and get one for your own collection, it's a 60 bounce. It's a large ball, so it's got a bit of weight to it, and that sort of rough texture grips the marble slab, helps keep it in line with the hole, and will slow up towards the bowl. More often than not drops, but not on this occasion, as Gunnar plays.
And Gunnar gets ace. Or does he not? Oh, that's got to be right on the lip.
There is
That's
a bowl
crazy.
around the hole, but
Yeah.
we see a lot of balls just stop on the edge. There almost seems to be a little lip before the bowl, and you just need the perfect pace to get to the top of that mound and to trickle over and die into the cup. So we're seeing a lot of that today.
Seve gets an
Unfortunately,
ace.
yeah, Seve finishes strong. That puts him on 11 under for the round, I believe. Where's he at?
Racing through this. Racing through this. Oh, I'm sure he's in first. I'm sure he's in first. Yeah. Be great. 11 under. That's just some unbelievable playing. Really is.
And Gary knocks it in too.
Wow. The trifecta of aces here on lane 18.
Sorry, Seve yet to play. So Seve is 10
Oh.
under.
Seve has not aced it. I thought he did ace it.
So
Maybe
this
he
is to
found a ball
go.
in the cup.
Yeah, this is to go 11 under for the round and take a commanding lead at the top of
Oh,
the
he missed
leaderboard.
it. He missed it.
Oh, wow.
That's very unusual. That is an unforced error there from Seve Kukielka, but I'm sure he knows this putt, and there's no penalty to come back in, so there's no harm done. And that's a great two.
He went as red as his shirt and shoes there.
He sure did. Top left-hand corner, Justin Seymour needs an ace. Oh, boy. I don't know what happened there.
Short of pace.
Yeah.
And punished with a big turn.
Yeah, punished is right. There is definitely take your your punishment pill on that one. Seymour going to try to clean up his
Uh,
par.
Gunnar, Gunnar
Just
for that
misses.
feature group for 2. That feature group there. Sevi Kukioka finishing with his second 26 of the tournament. Gary Coombs with a 30, his highest round so far, following his 26-27. And Gunnar Bergsten with a 32, again, dropping back a little bit from the average required to make that cut on 16 under. So fantastic group to follow that.
Yeah, this is an interesting scoreboard. They're already on. Wow, they've already started ambitiously at round number 4, so they're not wasting any time here. There's no breaks. They're going. Usually they take a break for lunch, but they did not do that today. At least
They had
I don't-
about half. They had about half an hour, and we're incredibly lucky here at this venue. The Gloucester Garden Centre, as one of the co-sponsors, helping out with food and drink for the players, that is here on site in a little gazebo, so
Oh,
the players
great.
can come straight off the course, refuel, rehydrate, and collect their thoughts, ready to go again. So everything here is within a 10-second walk.
That is convenient. It's the World Adventure Golf Tour Finals. The organizer is the World Mini Golf Sport Federation, the WMF, the Gloucester Garden Center. As Mark Chapman just mentioned, 42 players have qualified for this final event, which is 5 rounds and then the head-to-head knockouts. Players are going to be sorted into a knockout bracket after round 5, single round match play based on strokes. So this means that at the end of each single round, the player with fewer total strokes over those 18 lanes will advance and the other players will be eliminated. So we've been talking about that cut line a lot. Mark's been referring to it. It's been changing, and really the psychological play after round 4 is having to go to dinner, as you mentioned, and then sleeping on their play, and especially those that are near that cut line, is got to be heart wrenching. I mean, I've experienced it myself, but I'm not so sure I was that close to that cut line.
Well, predictions for the cut before play started this morning were around the 30 average mark, but I think my prediction was a little bit harsher than that. I reckon somewhere to safely be in the 16 and not need a playoff to get in that final place, for example, I was thinking around 29.5. And right now, Martin Greenhead is sat in 16th position after 3 rounds of 30, 30, 29 with an average of 29.7. He's tied on 19 under with Tommy Lanta from Finland, who has also shot a 19 under set of 3 rounds. Slightly more variety, 32, 28, 29, but still a smidge under that 30 average is what you need to be in the top 16. And that's what matters. That's what these 42 players are here for, to qualify for the match play rounds. That is where jeopardy, luck, skill converge here in Gloucester, England for our World Adventure Golf Tour Final 2026.
Yeah, it's been quite an interesting 3 rounds, to say the least, and it's good to see some names up there that we normally wouldn't see. Of course, you expect to see the Sevi Kukiokas of the world and the Marco Notios of the world. You know, Marco's been doing this now, he says, for 50 years. That's kind of a crazy thing. But Balázs Tompa from Hungary, setting a course record at 24, followed that with a 30, so it kind of evened things out a little bit for him. Gary Coombs, who we just saw in our featured round. Chris Randall's been playing well. Ben Cassidy. Ladislav, who won a couple of years back in the Czech Republic in Brno. Cam Cooper, we just saw him in our featured group. Shooting very consistent, 28, 29, and 29. And the interesting statistics of the day really point themselves to the aces. So far, Balázs Tompa from Hungary has 31 aces in 3 full rounds. I don't know if I should be amazed, impressed, or if that's just business as usual on this course. So I don't really know what to make of it. It just seems like such an improbable number of aces, but man, that's just so impressive. It really is.
Yeah, it's again, it's called Aces for a reason. It is a very gettable course, but not without its danger. There's a lot of jeopardy there, as we've seen over 3 rounds so far. Players having tricky second putts, dropping into the bunkers, the water, the contours of this artificial grass surface really can throw your ball out sideways. If you're short, it can suck you into gaps. As we see Ruth Sturdy on hole 2 in bright pink, try and set a new land speed record to get to her ball before it falls off the ledge to the left and into one of the depressions.
I'm not sure who's more fashionably dressed today. Is it Ruth or is it Highlighter? I'm not really sure. Mark Novicki there.
I think we found our UK highlighter, haven't we?
Not sure if they woke up in the same closet today. I'm not sure what happened there.
Sharing the wardrobe.
Very convenient. Didn't have to pack as much from over the U.S. Novicki now. He's up. And he just comes short, and that's going to come back. Fortunately, it doesn't come back that much where it becomes a problem. He'll get right up and he'll just smack that in, I'm sure.
Conditions here are changing. There is now a breeze. There is a steady breeze. The cloud cover looking out of the commentary hut, which is in fact the general clubhouse here at Gloucester Aces. When I look to my left through the window, the sun is shining and the cloud cover is patchy. When I look out my right-hand side window, the clouds are dark. There is a threat of rain in the air. I would say within the next hour, there is the potential for a shower here of water. And that is going to be a new experience because all week the weather has been fair. There has been wind, but there has certainly not been rain. So as I look up at the skies to my right, this dark cloud is descending on the course. And who knows, it may throw a spanner in the works for some of our leaders as we go into round 4, the final round of the WMF World Adventure Golf Tour final here on day 1.
Now let's talk about the weather for a second. I just got through playing a tournament last weekend in Connecticut here. And I ended up 5th place, which was great. But the weather did threaten, just as it is here in the final round. And it did start raining. And the course became wet, something we didn't anticipate. We knew it was coming, but I wasn't sure how it was going to affect the course. In your assessment, Mark, what do you think water wetness is going to do? Slow things down quite a bit?
The drainage here is exceptional. So when it rains, it normally clears fairly fast, especially if it is a light shower. But if the rain is going to just be around for 10 minutes, I reckon quite a dumping of water could emerge as my plastic plate is blown by the wind that is gathering with the dark clouds across the table in front of me. I'm having to start to tie things down, almost like I'm on the deck of a ship in the Southern Ocean. Sorry, a bit too dramatic, but it's not quite that bad yet.
I have to interrupt you for a second. Is there a reason why Sevi is climbing a ladder as we speak?
A little bit of adjustment on the camera angle, but also we're just making sure that things are secure. We're just going to give you a slightly different view of a few holes that you may not have had a good look at today. But also we're going to readjust things for the weather, because if the rain does come, of course, we've got electrics in play with our equipment. We just need to make sure everything is set and ready to go. But this wind is a factor now, for sure. Yeah, water on the course. What's it going to do? I've said before, we had a lot of sunshine yesterday, and with this sand-based course, the course slowed down. It's the reverse of what you think. Normally when you play mini golf and it gets warmer, the course gets faster, the ball will roll further. The opposite happens here at Gloucester. For water as well, you may get standing water on the course because there are many humps and depressions. There will be areas that the water will gather. You may have to adjust your aiming point. You may have to adjust your speed. In fact, you'll definitely have to adjust your speed. So I would say if a rain comes, it massively turns to the favour of those local players that have been playing here for the last few years. The foreign players, the new players that have arrived to play this event, it is a new experience for them. They will be playing it by ear, hole by hole. They will be guessing, making adjustments, watching the groups in front of them at how their balls are reacting, maybe passing information between teammates during the rounds about sort of where the changes need to be made. And of course, if there is a deluge of water, we may have to see a brief break in the play and perhaps
Sure.
clear some standing water from the course. So all of that to look forward to. It's a bit like Formula One. The red flags will come out as the water comes again. Sorry, not the water comes again. The wind comes again, blows my soft drink bottle across the desk in front of me. It really, I hope you can see on the screen how things are turning darker. You see the flags,
Yes.
the WMF
Yep.
World Mini Golf Federation flags are flying more consistently now.
Yeah, it's definitely a consideration for the weather, and we'll see how that's going to impact things. But maybe we'll keep our fingers crossed that we at least get through, hopefully, the first 4 rounds here without any problem. Round 5 again will be tomorrow morning. If you are local in Gloucester, it's going to be a 9 a.m. start, and it'll be 1 round, and then the knockout rounds, which will be 4 head-to-head. 16 become 8. Become 4, becomes 2. So that is what we have that lies ahead. And again, everybody now starting their round 4. So let me ask you a question on this. And I know from my perspective, Mr. Chapman, I was the first drawn competitor in last year's tournament in Portugal. So I was off first. So there was a long delay. There was a long pause between rounds for me because we had to wait for other people. Some people still hadn't even teed it off the first round before I completed my first round. It was crazy. So what kind of impact do you think that's going to have on some of the competitors out there today?
Well, I think the gaps between the groups is well positioned. It's well paced.
Yes.
I think the holes are flowing nicely. So there's not much waiting around, to be fair. And
Yes.
the players that are standing and waiting to play or have played, they're gathered around the ropes on the outside. They're watching with intent, in between rehydrating, getting a bit of food on board. So there's really not much waiting around. And actually, as I look out the window again, a lot of players getting ready to play their final round today. And I think maybe some of the urgency to get these players out and playing is to do with these dark clouds that are gathering at the moment outside my window. So massive advantage. If you're on the course right now and you're halfway through your round, you've got an opportunity to shoot low before the big unknown comes. If it comes for those final groups heading out for round 4, we could see a massive swing because some of those late groups do involve our leaders.
Yes. Yeah, I agree with you. The pacing has been pretty quick and pretty furious today. It seems like there hasn't been any delays. As a matter of fact, I think they started the tournament even early today. So preparations are being made right now, as you can see, as we mentioned, for making sure the cameras are in the proper position in case there is inclement weather. But that's all part of what we're here for. I mean, if that shakes things up a little bit and makes the leaderboard a little bit more dramatic, then so be it. But right now, the leaderboard looks pretty good, got to be honest. Sebi Kukielka with rounds of 26, 26, and 27 today, minus 29 after 3 rounds. Not a huge shocker, but Baloj Tampa is right on the heels there at minus 29. He's minus 4 through 8 in his round 4. So he's pacing nicely and looking to continue some magic that he found in round 2. Marco is at even par in his 4th round. And Tobias Ramke from Germany is minus 5. So Those are kind of the things that that stand out. Your boy James Rutherford -6 through 9. He's doing a bang up job. He's been very consistent, but needs to find a little bit more magic. Don't you agree?
-7 through 10 now.
All right, it's happening. It is happening.
2 shots behind the cut line. He's on the charge. May I do a quick shout out? I've been handing a note here in the booth, and this is a shout out for Debbie Liebenberg. Thank you for listening.
Hey, Debbie. Yeah, no matter where you are around the world, we appreciate you tuning in to this final tournament from 2025, even though we're in 2026. It's the World Adventure Golf Tour Finals here in Gloucester at the Garden Center. And boy, it's just the action has been just literally nonstop today. Mark Chapman is here. I'm Dave Vida, and I've got so many notes and so much action here. I can't even bring it all to you, but Tommy
Tough
Lanta,
life, isn't it?
it's a tough one. Tommy Lanta starting his fourth round and fourth and final round today, and he just overshoots the cup. But you know that's actually that was his practice shot, wasn't it? That's very funny. I always forget they get that dreaded practice putt first of the round that they chose to take.
Who are our feature groups for this final round today?
I was just digging that up as we speak.
Oh, what a team.
So here we go. Give me 1 second and I'll tell you. So Matt Ansley, Anna Seymour, and Eric Harmarsson from Sweden will be one of them. And then Chris Randall's playing in our featured group. Chris
Mr.
Randall,
Consistent,
James,
27s all round. He's had 3 rounds
know.
of 27, averaging 27 and -27 for the tournament.
I would say that's very consistent. That is very consistent. Where are we at here now? Let's see here. Not sure if there is a featured group yet, but we're on lane number 1. Oh dear.
James Rutherford -8 through 11. He is now on an ace run, 2 aces in a row, and he sat on -19, 1 shot behind the cut line. What a move.
Man, this is getting crazy. Let's see what we got that cut line there. Wow, that is just so close. We have 2, well, yeah, Rick Barry just moved himself out of the cut. 1 U.S. player for the top 16 so far, but again, you know, it's like trying to determine the playoffs in football after week number 8. It's too early to tell. So anything can happen in rounds 4 and 5, and when I say anything can happen, they probably will, based upon what we've seen here today so far.
When you refer to the playoffs, I'm assuming you're meaning American football, not football.
That's not soccer. Yeah, that's correct. that is a good distinction to make. That is a good distinction. It wouldn't sound very right if it was about soccer. Soccer football. So there's Daniel Volchek, I think. Is that Daniel?
Yeah, very relaxed as always.
Yeah, he's steady Eddie as they come. How's he doing here on the leaderboard?
He's sitting pretty in 7th place overall. Sorry, tied 6th with Ben Cassidy on 26 under. He's currently 5 under through 10, and he is just waiting to play. Highlighter. Blind spot highlighter. It's like, where's Wally when you look at the screen? Where is highlighter?
Yeah, the opposite between him and Justin Seymour. One's wearing blue and one's wearing pink, but they always seem to be on the screen together, is how it kind of lines up. Lane 10, Justin Seymour, the pipe hole. Let's see if he can find pay dirt here. He has a unique style. I've played with Justin Seymour many, many, many times. Is a good friend of mine, one of my favorites, and he's a little bit of an emotional player.
Short of pace up the slope. He's gone through the other channel, and it's come out the other side. This is quite a simple shot for two, but a missed opportunity for the ace. And he knows he's overhit it. You can see the frustration. He's talking to himself. Just needs to breathe, reset,
Yeah,
and putt.
he studies those putts pretty good there, but he makes the right adjustments at the right time, and usually he does himself well. He's struggling a little bit today. But again, this is his first World Adventure Tour final, so. Oh, he missed it.
Lipped out, right lip inside, and he's just sat on the edge, tapping for three. And I was going to make a comment about just compounding a bad shot with another, and he's gone and done just that. Wow.
Knowing Justin, he's just not going to want to be, his head won't be in the game. He's going to be very frustrated. You can see him just not believing his play today, and he thinks he can do a lot better, and I'm sure he can, but this is a good experience for him nonetheless. Oh dear. I think that was a misplay there too as well. On the top right on lane number 9.
Rick Baird at the top of your screen on the left-hand side, teeing off shortly on on hole 1 for his final round today, round 4 of the 5 qualification rounds.
Rick just finds himself off that cut line, so he knows he's got some work to do, and it's a good start.
I think
That's
that
a
was
really
the
good
practice.
start.
I think that was the practice shot, hence the expression.
It got me again.
Little bit.
The
It is
dreaded
now
practice spot.
spitting the rain. There is a light drizzling of rain that has just begun outside on the course. So the wind has brought the rain in. Those on the course right now are going to experience a change in conditions and perhaps a dampening of that surface. I do not know what is going to happen from this point onwards, but at the moment it is lightly raining. Players, as you can see, they've put their tops on. The darkness has descended. The wind has picked up. Let's see how this plays. There's 2 elements here. 1, temperature. Temperature dropping suddenly affects the way the balls react. 2, the surface. If the surface soaks up the water, what will it do? Will it speed up? Will it slow down? Will it turn more? Will it stay straight? And there's a third factor here as well. When you're playing rebounds off the surfaces, the rocks, the marble, the core temperature and the slickness of the ball contact to that surface changes with the moisture. So this is going to be a dramatic round 4 for those that are on the course right now. The first group that went out on round 4 is through 15 holes. So if you're in that first group, Tobias Ramke from Germany is going to cash in. He's on -7 after 15 holes, which has risen him up to 4th on the rankings right now. So this is just get your scores in, get in the clubhouse and take cover.
Everybody's taking cover, but highlighter. He's still wearing his shorts and his cutoff shirt. So kind of interesting. I was laughing, not at you, but I was laughing at the fact that Rick Baird got an ace on lane 1, and he was very excited about it. So he got actually 2 aces on lane 1, one in his practice shot, and the second one was his real shot. So he was able to duplicate his practice.
Yeah, a lot of players moaning about having to take a practice shot, but it is voluntary. You can pass, you can say no thank you, and you can also place your ball somewhere other than the tee and take 1 stroke. So you saw Jeremy Jeremy from the US, he decided to place the ball up the slope at the bottom of the camera on the top left and play the ball towards the hole as a sort of a second putt type thing to try and gauge the slope. So there's many different ways to go about it. You can choose to take the practice shot from anywhere on that first hole if you so wish, and then it's game on.
Yeah, this is an interesting game of strategy we're witnessing unfolding here for the top 16. It really puts a lot into perspective. And as a matter of fact, Balazs Tompa has temporarily taken over the top spot. But
Ben
only because
Cassidy.
Seve, yeah,
Sorry,
only
Ben
because
Cassidy making moves right now. 6 under through 7.
it's really impressive. These guys are just killing it. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of the top 16 are from Great Britain. That's pretty impressive.
As
Really
expected, I would say.
Well, I mean, perhaps. I'm happy to see Balazs at the top right now.
And a few of our top players starting to make moves forwards. Adam Kelly currently on 23 under in 12th position. Started the day, round 1 with a 30. Improved by 1 for a 29, round 2. Improved in round 3 with a 27. Round 3 into round 4. Currently only 1 under through 7 holes. But he is above that cut line. Same story, James Shaw. 3 rounds of improvement from 33 to 26 in round 3, and he's currently 7 under with 2 to play.
Talking about Adam Kelly from Cambridge, lives in Nottinghamshire. He entered the 2008 British Open at the age of 13 when his dad was commissioned to write a travel journalism article about competing in the tournament, and he won his first competition the following year in 2009 at the London Open. Adam Kelly. Well-deserved place where he's at today, and hopefully he can make some more moves too as well. So it's good to see him doing very well.
Yeah, we have a history here at the British Tour of junior winners of Opens. The list from Adam Kelly, continues the line of youth champions in adult events, and if they continue to play long enough, they become major champions in the UK and get the opportunity to represent their country abroad and in these big major finals. So he's a big threat, and he's on form as well. He hasn't lost. He hasn't lost a tournament since last year. Ironically, the World Crazy Golf Championships to me in Hastings in June last year was the last time he didn't taste victory upon teeing off at a course. But since then, he's won the British Championships and the British Open. So he is a form player coming into this event, but lacks the competitive experience on this particular course. But he is starting to tune in, like I said earlier in the broadcast. He is shooting now mid-20s. He is a massive threat to those leaders, only 7 shots off Balazs in top spot.
The World Adventure Golf Tour finals here from Gloucester, and we have action all over the place. Round number 4 underway. We have 4 different camera angles, 2 of which will be our featured groups here coming up shortly. And on the top left-hand section of your screen, lane 2. In the background, lane, well, I guess they changed it now. It's lane number 1. And then on the right side, it's, see, you gotta stay on top of these things. Lane 9 on the right side, top right, lane 9 and lane 6 there, you can see on the far left. I'm sorry, the far right side. We're just waiting for our featured groups to start their 4th and final round of the day. We go to 5 rounds, which is tomorrow, 1 round in the morning, starting bright and early, 9 a.m. In local time. So get yourself up early. And then the head-to-head knockouts, which will be more than exciting. It'll be fantastic to watch that. And we're watching and closely monitoring as Mark Chapman is keeping an eye on that cut line, because that will come into play here shortly as players finish up round 4.
Forget the cut line. Ben Cassidy has just got his 7th hole-in-one in 9 holes.
Wow, he's just taken the top spot. That's 7th hole in one in 9 holes. That is insane, the amount of aces that we're seeing. And I say that with all humility because this is a spectacle for me to watch at this particular place and time. 33 aces so far for Tobias. Balaj 33. Tobias Burley 32. Ben Cassidy 31 aces on the day. It is an ace fest. That is for sure. Love seeing it. Love seeing it.
Conditions haven't really changed in the last 10 minutes, so it's light spitting of rain, very, very light, but it is in the air. And obviously that cumulative effect on the playing surface, on the surfaces you're looking to rebound. And the biggest factor is the wind has picked up and the temperature has dropped. The temperature's dropped from being around the 20-degree mark. It's down to about 16 degrees now. So it's dropped by about 4 degrees. And that, when you're talking about using mini golf balls, the rubber material that's used for this, it affects the properties of that ball, how much it bounces. So these are the factors. These players not only have to learn the shots in practice, but they have to adapt during the competition. They need to assess the conditions and they need to adapt the line, the temperature of the ball, perhaps the ball itself. They may have other options when the conditions change like this. As we watch Adam Kelly in a bottom right-hand screen and bottom left. That is Adam Kelly. That is not a timber man.
That's right. Well, we take a moment before we get to our featured groups. I'm going to step out for a moment to refill my beverage, and I shall be back shortly.
So we see the next group lining up on hole 1. Everyone is entitled to 1 practice shot for this event. And this is a home course player, Simon Brown, from United Kingdom, a proud Scot living in Wales with a Czech partner. This is the diverse international scene that has descended like a spaceship onto this beautiful Aces mini golf course at Gloucester Garden Centre in Gloucestershire, England. We've had beautiful weather all week, a super hot day last day of training yesterday, and this morning was 18 to 20 degrees, light cloud cover. When the sun came out, it had a real power to it. And that has changed as the clock ticks past 3 o'clock in the afternoon here. We are beginning. Some players are just concluding, in fact, their final round today, which is round 4 of the 5 qualifying rounds to make the playoffs, the knockout rounds, the tableau of 16 who will be seeded based on their final position in this stroke pay qualification. And then they will play off in a match play format, 1v1, head-to-head, tomorrow afternoon until we reach the final. The top 2 players through the match play will battle for the big money prize here at the WMF World Adventure Golf Tour Final 2026. Players from all over the world have qualified for this event in a season-long race to make Gloucester the top 42 players on Adventure Golf. A mix of homegrown talent in the UK, players from Germany, Czech Republic, Hungary, Finland, USA, New Zealand, the Netherlands, and Slovakia, battling it for the title to be a world champion in the sport of mini golf. on this adventure golf surface, one of the 4 approved services of the WMF, the World Mini Golf Sport Federation. You join us here with me, Mark Chapman, 5-time world crazy golf champion, and course summarizer, expert here on the ground. I'm sat in the cabin 2 meters away from the first tee. Undercover, luckily, a little bit of protection from the wind, a little bit of protection from the light drizzle that is on and off, falling from the sky at the moment. Some fantastic scores in round 4. The low rounds rare. They're starting to come in from those early groups. Balazs Tompa cementing his place at the top of the leaderboard on 32 under. He's 7 under through 16 holes. Followed a shot behind by Ben Cassidy, who is 8 under for 11 holes. So has the opportunity to leapfrog Balazs, who will be in the clubhouse. First group to finish day 1.
Still a handful of groups waiting to tee off, though, correct? I mean, we still got a few that need to go off in round 4 here. It's been a fast 5 hours, though, so far today.
Yeah, we've
I
got
think.
4 groups left to begin, and they will begin on hole 1 shortly. I think we've got Gary Coombs's group. They are waiting by the greenhouse, as we call it, where the players meet 5 minutes before their tee time to collect their scoring device. All the scoring's being done electronically on a mobile device. So hole by hole, play by play, the players input the score and update the online results page, which you can find if you find the link online. You can go to the WMF website and click through the article. You can find a results link there. There should be a results link on Facebook Live on this stream. So do bring that up. It really does make it more accessible for you to follow the scores being logged hole by hole, to follow the ups and downs of individuals that you support or wish to follow. It's a bit like following the Kentucky Derby or the Grand National. You can choose your runners and riders based on their nationality, on their name, on their clothing color.
Well, you know, the weather kind of messes me up too, Mark, because everybody's put on different jackets and now they're wearing different clothes, where I was able to identify them easier by the color of their clothes. Now, not so much.
The
Changing
players
things
like
up.
to keep us on our toes.
That's very true. Coming up here. Oops, somebody messaged me here. Let's see if I got anything important to talk about. This is Andrew giving us a little pat on the back for today.
Oh, it's always nice to be appreciated.
Well, we did get off to a little bit of a rough start with some technical issues on the streaming, but we pulled it together. Just trying to make
It's
sure
fantastic.
I know.
I'm just, give a shout out to those people responsible for making this happen. Obviously the Kukielka family, Sevi leading the way in terms of managing everything on site here. You've got Andrew Edmonds, the tour director. You've got Pasiaho and his able team of helpers that are doing various things to bring you the content on social media, to bring you the images online via YouTube, WMF pages, various social media accounts, and obviously Dave is based in the US. He is the Mr. Radio voice that you get on most of these broadcasts. He obviously has to wake up earlier due to the time difference and kind of stay hydrated and stay focused on the play as 2 days of hot action. It's an early start for some of these players, but
Yeah.
it's all for a good cause, and there's lots at stake. Not just pride, but this prize pot that they're playing for today. to get themselves into contention today to play for the prize pot tomorrow. Although there is a side pot of money for the stroke play results. So that will be resolved after the 5th round tomorrow morning. And we will, I'm sure, I will place a side bet of my own that there will need to be playoffs to make that 16. There will be people tied for those final places. And that adds to the drama. And don't we love drama, Dave?
Well, I'll tell you what, that's an interesting thought perspective because I hadn't really considered that much. But as we are watching very closely this cut line today, Mark, this is tighter than I thought it would be. Certainly, well, you know what, the perspective to begin with was that one stroke is going to separate a lot of people, and the movement in the top 16 is just interesting alone, really is.
Yeah, I mean, so the separation from 1st to 16th at the moment is under 10 shots, and that stays very competitive. And then you look again from where that cut line currently falls at 24 under, and you go 10 shots below that, for example, and that takes you right down to 38th place. So there are battles going on at every juncture of this leaderboard right now. The battle to make the cut and the battle to put themselves as high as they can, because obviously if you want to be seeded as high as you can in that 16, not just make the cut, but you want to make your job easier, play one of the players maybe that is not one of the top players around this course. So there's a little bit more to just the cut. There's trying to climb that ladder so you get a more favourable draw. And I'm sure a lot of people there will be looking at Sevi Kukielka and wishing to be on the opposite half.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind there's only 42 people playing. So, when you go down to 38, there's not too many left after that. So I just like how tight this course plays for everybody to have a chance at getting there. And it really comes down to the small mistakes that you make and the major corrections that you have to put in place to make sure that you put yourself where you need to be after round 4. That's what it all comes down to, I think.
So the play at the moment, the rain has ceased. The dark cloud is moving past us overhead, and at the other side of the cloud, I see sunshine. So things look good for the conclusion of this round.
Are you going to sing us Over the Rainbow next there, Mark? What are you going to do?
It depends how much you pay me, but the reality is our feature groups are in the greenhouse. They are ready to go out. I've had word from the tournament director that things are go for our final round feature groups of day 1 here, round 4 of 5 for qualification into the knockout phase.
Matt Ansley there taking his practice shot. Anna Seymour from Manchester, not England, Connecticut, USA. She just hosted her first AMA tournament at Hogan Cider Mill last weekend, and she did very well in her own tournament and had a great turnout, and that was a lot of fun. And then last year's winner on the tee box, lower left-hand corner, taking his practice shot, Eric Armoson, and he's from Sweden, so probably not in the exact position he wants to be in right now, but he's still close to that cut line. And let me tell you something. I know we've talked a little bit about the head-to-head competition, Mark, but it's anybody's game once that starts. I mean, it's like a fresh slate. Anything can happen, and nobody's at a true advantage on this particular course.
Yeah, it's one of those courses that really suits the match play style, I reckon, because of the ups and downs, because of the jeopardy, because of the hole-by-hole nature of this course. You are able to make choices. There are different routes to the holes, so you can play the player that you are against head to head in that fashion. You don't need to worry about your cumulative score anymore. You can take more risks knowing that it is do or die, it is ace or nothing. And that provides great drama and great spectacle.
Anna Seymour now on lane 1, starting her 4th round. A little bit out of position for the top 16 at the moment, but getting a ton of experience. And if she can put together a solid round, she's never out of it. Starting out on the right side of the tee box. Seymour takes it up the left side, coming down. And same position as Matt Ansley. Tap in for her par. Now, Eric Harmilsson from Sweden. Last year's winner took home the top prize at the World Adventure Golf Tour Finals. He's taking it similar approach, up and around, coming on down. He finds the cup and starts out with an ace to move into a better position now. That certainly can boost the confidence and is just what the doctor ordered there for Eric. We'll continue to follow this grouping.
This former champion needs to make a move now. This is the time. This is moving round 4 or 5. You have to put yourself within reach of that line. And, you know, Eric, he's won before. He's had 3 rounds of 31. There has to be a low round now.
Yeah, he's running out of real estate here if he doesn't make something happen after this round. He really, really, really is.
I'm just going to hand over to you for a minute. I'm going to take a refreshment myself. And,
You got it.
It is, yeah, as always, it's a delight to be here with you. It's a delight to be witnessing history here in the UK with the very first World Adventure Golf Tour final to be hosted here in this country. And just looking at the leaderboard before I vacate my seat for a few minutes, Ben Cassidy has moved to 11 under after 15 holes, which is going for that course record.
Really is. We've seen one already today. We might see another. It's very possible. Mark Chapman here, along with Dave Vida in our featured group. Anna Seymour getting the ace there on lane number 2 of her 4th round. Well done. The World Adventure Golf Tour Finals now. We are live in Gloucester at Aces Mini Golf, the Garden Center. And it is quite a spectacle, a very tight course, which tests every facet and every skill that these adventure golfers need today. Last year's champion, the Swede, on the tee box. Eric now, cutting it right through and up and in for another ace. Back-to-back aces for Eric. This is what he needs now. He's got to keep that train moving. The course itself can find you a lot of trouble on a very tight layout and design. Staying in your lane is only one of the challenges, really, that you face here in Gloucester. A lot of hole-in-ones today. Accuracy and pacing is a must, and it's not called aces for nothing, that's for sure.
Well, Mark Nowicki's proven that. From hole 9 to hole 18, he aced every hole except hole 16 to finish with a 27 and rocket up the leaderboard into 5th place.
Nowicki, just the U.S. contingency, now he set himself up very nicely for the playoffs. He could win it all. It's very possible. It's going to be a tough challenge, but man, let me tell you, that is impressive. I didn't even see that coming down, but going for a 27 was just what he needed there to solidify that spot.
He's only dropped 1 hole this tournament, and it was in that round as well.
Jeez, that is a clean scorecard there. Very, very, very clean. Anna Seymour now, lane 3. Taking the conventional approach.
The best approach. Oh no, she's going in the corner.
Just fooled us. Leave yourself with a very manageable second putt, and we'll take her par. Well done. I think she recently changed putters too, from what I recall. I'm not sure what exact putter she uses, but I probably have some notes on that somewhere.
I have that information. It is a 3D professional putter. it's one of these putters where you can modify it, you can personalize it with different weight combinations inside of it, and different rubbers. And the putter face rubbers have different bounces, so you can vary the degree of hardness or softness that you want based on what feedback you want from the feel of the ball. So it's very, very technical, but boy, all week she is demonstrating her skill, her precision,
Yes.
and ability to compete with everyone here. Men and women competing equally on this basis, and we do not see enough women competing on these events, and we are such an advocate for it. And she's an absolutely delightful individual. I've had
Yes.
the pleasure of spending a few days walking around the course with her and seeing the skill up close, and boy, she is going to finish above many more experienced players. So she's a talent, and you know, any young woman, any woman, any girl watching that wishes to take part, use her as your role model. She is a superstar.
She really is. Very congenial, very nice, super friendly, outgoing, loves the sport. She plays tennis a lot too, as well, back at home in Manchester, Connecticut, USA. Um, Husband and wife team, her and Justin Seymour. I'm not sure if there's any, well, there may be one or two husband and wife teams here today. I'm not 100% positive, but I know she spent a great deal of time here this week to practice, and she has a chance at another ace, and she gets it. And Eric Harmelson will have a chance at his fourth ace in a row, starting on the first four lanes in round four. I'm sensing a little bit of a pattern there.
Well, game knows game, and he knew he needed to make a move this round, and he's doing just that.
Eric now left side gets it up, coming down and in for the fourth ace in a row. It's solidified. He's killing it all of a sudden. So and that can happen easily on this course, and we love to see that.
Ben Cassidy on 18 at the moment. He is 12 under with one to play. I'm looking out my window. And
Yeah,
I'm
because we don't.
witnessing his tee shot on 18. This is to go 13 under for the round.
That's impressive.
Taking his time over the putt. I'll just describe this from sight. I'm going full radio here.
Yes.
Settling down on the shot. He's taken a deep breath. The backswing comes. The ball delivers. The rebound is good. The ball just holds up. Foot short of the final cut. So it'll be a 2 and a 12 under fourth round. Propelling him into co-lead with Sevi Kukielka.
And that, I believe, ties the course record, does it not? 24? Or am I
That
off?
will be a 24, exactly that. So we had the opportunity to go 23 and just finished a foot short on the last. So what an effort, big round of applause, and solidifies his position at the top of the leaderboard after day one with an average of 27.3, sat at 35 under in a share of the lead with Sevi Kukielka, who is 6 under through 7 in his fourth round currently.
In the meantime, Chris Randall gets himself an ace. Or is that Patrick Hollock? Can't tell because my screen, it's Chris. My screen was messed up there. Anna Seymour finds herself in a little bit of a dilemma here. A little bit off the mark on that one.
Yeah, needs to pull the ball out, give herself the full backswing, but she's got the right equipment. She's got the rough though, and you can see the rough just pokes out a little bit. It sort of crowns towards the hole. So she's got to be very careful she doesn't slide off the join before exiting the rough that leads towards the hole. So just needs to stay very still on this shot. I still think she's not pulled the ball out enough from the side. Let's
Yeah,
see.
I mean, there's no official rule of of length. I mean, it's just
20 centimeters maximum.
It is. She probably
she's
should have taken out
misled.
more. Yep, she pulled that one a little bit. Easy to do when you're in that rough there, like you mentioned, that it does come out and it's very distracting, to say the least.
Oh, it's just a shame there. But again, a little bit possibly lacking in experience there. Just you want to maximize your relief within the rules, especially when you're in a tight spot like that up against the side. And you know, it's a piece of timber. It's not just a bit of rough or the edge of the course or a short wall. It's a full-on post and the wood. So yeah, really needs to use the rules officials and really kind of maximize what's allowable within the rules.
Yeah. Yeah, look at those aces from Mark Novicki. Holy cow, that was nuts. Jeez. Seven in a row. Jeez, my knees.
Yeah, he's the absolute king of hole 10 today. He's aced that 4 out of 4. So many holes. He's aced 3 out of 3 today. Just round 3 letting him down in places where he went a little bit dry for a 30. But it's just the proof. In match play, I'm looking through his holes. He has aced every hole bar 2.
Crazy.
So on that basis, he can win 16 out of 18 of these holes potentially in match play, and that story will be shared by the majority of the top 16.
Yeah.
They know the shots. It's just going to be about executing them in the moment when the pressure is on, when the cameras are on them, and when the money is up for grabs.
Ansley now, bottom left-hand section of your screen. A little bit of a dilemma here. A little bit of a dilemma. A little bit of a tester. Up and in though. Up and in. Great shot for the New Zealander and a great par.
Yeah, you just
Lane
can't
number
teach
6.
that kind of talent.
Yeah, that's nerves of steel there. You know, you have a task, you got to get to it, and you try not to leave yourself those testers coming back, but this is going to happen without a doubt, especially when you're playing this much adventure golf in a day. Anna Seymour now taking the right side here on Turbulence, lane 6. She's playing it down. It's coming down nicely, and that goes in for an ace. That's a nice little comeback after her bogey on the last hole.
Lovely putt, nice response, like you said. Bounce back ability is so key around this course.
Eric now from Sweden on the tee box. I think he's pausing a little bit just to make sure nobody else is putting his way. Looks like James McCarthy on the left there. Doesn't want to do line of sight. Eric now coming down. That's a little ambitious. That's going to be a little bit of a tester now coming back. It's just left center on this putt.
Yeah, it just seemed to push that right off the tee. It just went to the right-hand side, a little bit further to the right of the first hump. And that obviously sort of brings in the second hump into play. And it just not quite the right alignment there for some reason.
Taking his time, giving this putt its due diligence. He knows how important this putt is.
Yeah, he's 5 away from that cut line currently, so every putt really does matter right now.
Bangs it in. Well done. Takes his par.
That's still 4 under in the first 6 holes, so he's still started really well for round 4.
Chris Randall on your right. Up and down, and Chris Randall gets an ace on the aceable lane 3 or 4. I think that's lane 4. The gateway to
It
hell.
is. This is Cameron
That-
Cooper on 12.
Matt Ansley can't
Oh no,
thread the
Matt.
needle.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
So Matt on 7.
7, correct? Dire Straits.
Yeah,
Short
not
lane,
quite,
only about 6 paces on this, but accuracy obviously is everything. The cup is about 2 paces past the Guardian rocks there that you can see, and you don't want to go too long. Room is scarce, and the rough can make it for a headache on that second putt.
Really makeable putt. This is a putter's hole. If you're a grass putter, if you're a big golf player, this is
Yes.
line and length. You just smoothly stroke that ball and try not to catch the edge of the rock as you went through, just like Anna did. Just caught the inside of that left-hand rock as she saw it from the tee. Tap this in for 2 and move on. But again, you pass this hole, it's a real missed opportunity if it doesn't drop.
Well, you were correct in your assessment, Mark, of this course tests every skill shot that you need to have in adventure golf. I mean, there's something for every little nook and cranny here on this course that you need to pay close attention to.
Yeah,
Eric
some
from Sweden.
players are adept at spinning the ball as well, using the rubber face of the putter to generate side spin if you're playing a rebound shot. So there are certainly some holes where players are using spin as well. And it's you can make this course as technical or as untechnical as you wish. As the ball drops for Eric.
Ah, another ace. Imagine that. Fantastic putt.
I'd written it down already.
It was already in pen. We'll go over to lane 8, the uphill struggle. A lot of players you'll see will tee it up on the far right side. They'll aim back left corner of the lane. And that's a little
Yeah.
bit what Matt Ansley's doing now.
A few options here. You can either touch the wall underneath the sign to then play off the back wall in the rough and the ball will come back in line with a hole, or you can choose to miss the left-hand wall and play direct off the back. So Matt chose to play off the side wall before the end of a lane, and then it hits, it's a double rebound effectively off the side and off the back. But the wood kills the ball, makes it spin, and then the ball releases towards the hole. So it's quite funny to watch. And then the second
noticed-
putt.
Yeah, most
Yeah.
people are not going front door approach on this at all. I don't see anybody
It's-
doing that actually.
It's not available because you rise to this elevated green and this hump rolls up and then down. So the green is kind of in a bowl once you're up this upper level. So you're looking to play a backdoor shot, as it were, but using this double rebound. The Americans are playing into the corner with the golf ball, trying not to touch the side wall, and that's hit the back wall and then the side wall. That's why it's deflected it
Yeah.
to the side of a hole rather towards the hole. I
Little
wasn't so
mishit there.
sure on this. Yeah, I wasn't too sure on this approach. I definitely prefer to generate the angle off the side wall first, and that helps propel the ball towards the hole better, more consistently. But golf ball is the ball that most people are going with, from America at least. But other people have decided to go for a lower bounce ball. Even some people playing something quite dead, with a bit of weight to it. Let's see what Eric chooses to do. This should be side wall under the little Finnish flag on the name sign. I reckon he'll touch the wall just before the rough, double rebound in the hole. Go on.
1, 2, come on back. Gonna be short. Short-sided it, but that's okay. Yeah, that's good. That's a good 2. Look, 1 is a
Beautifully
really
judged.
great score. Yeah. Speed is everything on that too, and depending on the bounce you're going to get off that the side kick. So well done.
Maybe a bit of a temperature drop affecting the bounce of that ball. If it was 3 or 4 degrees more higher temperature, air temperature, then the wood and the ball combination probably would have, instead of the ball being an inch short, probably would have been in the hole or an inch long. And it's those margins that you have to consider when you make those choices on the tee in terms of how strong you're going to stroke the ball.
Over to lane 9 now, halfway around the bend. Seen this pipe hole pay off for a lot of people today. Does it pay off for Matt Ansley? He takes it all the way to the top, all the way back down, into the pipe, and into the cup for an ace. Just what Matt needed.
3 under after 9.
Very respectable.
Matt is not far from the average needed for the cut. He is only at the moment 6 shots behind as you look at the leaderboard, but in reality his average is 30.9. The average required to make 16th is bang on 30 shots around. So he is in this, even though he's sat in 29th position currently, he is in this still.
It's a really good angle of this particular lane. Lane 9, you can see the entrance and just catches the wrong pipe. That's okay. Like you mentioned, that this second putt should be pretty easy or easier.
Yeah, she'll kick herself. The reason it's gone into that near side gap is because it's under hit from the tee. So she'll want to knock this in and move on. Oh, no.
Well, it's the same thing that happened to her husband a little while ago on the same lane. Missed it to the right side. Oh, dear. Drops a stroke. A little unforced error there.
A little bit more pace off the tee. It was a guaranteed ace, and it's become a 3. Welcome to Aces Gloucester.
That is it. Eric from Sweden now. Good angle of this one. Chris Randall on the right, I believe. Missed that.
Eric ace hunting. Oh, knocks the rock, and it sits up before the depression. And that is a nasty, nasty turn of luck. Again, under hit the tee shot.
Yeah, that was a little unfortunate, but I think he still gets the 2. He did. That looks good, though. Yeah, that's a tough break there. I mean, that's going to happen. These little nuances in the course that can make or break you, but that's okay. We'll move on to lane 10, the Trident. One of the biggest greens, but the hazards are right up in front of you. And you can see that. The 3 rock boulders there that sit behind that bunker, although most play it, if not all play it, through the bunker on the left side between the 2 to hit that rebound bar and get that ricochet back.
Yeah, just in the background, quietly going about his business through 13 holes. Sevi Kukieka is 10 under for the round and has opened a 4-shot lead over Ben Cassidy at the very top of the leaderboard. So just quietly in the background, Sevi going about his work with an average at 25.5. That is more than a shot around better than the next place today. Almost 2 shots better around than the next place. Remarkable.
10 aces with the rest of his clean scorecard there for his 4th round. That's beyond impressive.
11 under now. 11 under through 14.
Jeez. There might be another new course record here shortly. Like
Ridiculous.
Really a good course record, like a crazy number. And a Seymour now through the canyon just gets a bad break there.
2 straight on the tee shot, may have caught the rock on the way through, and that's just adjusted the ball in line with the hole. You really have to miss the hole on the left-hand side, but it's an easy 2, but another missed opportunity.
Eric Harmosian now. Let's make sure he continues to right the ship here. He needs this putt. This is very makeable. We've seen it made all day. You just got to hit it clean. Sweden now on the tee. Ball's coming down, gets the kick back. It died, and it does get the roll to the actual dish, and it goes in for that ace. Well done for Eric there.
Yep, as expected, plays it perfectly through the gap. Just the right pace, the right ball choice, and the dish sucked it in to the cup. Gunnar Bergsten, 8 under after 14. He is pushing for that cut line. Class is permanent. Remember that. Daniel Tatum, 9 under through 16 from the US. He's in 15th place. Alongside Rick Baird, one position above him, tied on 26 under, 6 under after 17 holes. The US have gone from 1 in the 16 to 3 in the 16 in a matter
that
of
crazy?
minutes.
Haven't even talked about Daniel Tatum today at all. Haven't seen much of him and haven't done much for him here today. That's unusual, but he's sneaking his way in.
Steady improvement round after round. Again, just acquiring the knowledge of competition play around his course. 33, 32, 26, and now 9 under with 2 to play. What could he walk away with in round 4?
Wow. Just looking at the leaderboard, just mind-boggling.
Round 4, things have just opened up massively. The top players are just shooting killer rounds and coming through, and it sets things up beautifully for tomorrow morning's final qualification round. Round 5 of 5.
And a Seymour with her second putt, a little bit of a tester here, maybe right center, perhaps.
Yeah, fairly
Second will go a
straight.
little fairly. Let's see.
Yeah,
See if
fairly
she can
straight.
hit it.
There's a bowl round it. She
Pushed it.
she obviously well she saw what you saw and it wasn't there. So
Yeah, clearly. But she got it though. That's all that matters, right? She made the
at
putt.
the end of the day, the score is down as a 2 and no one will be the wiser.
Yes. Eric now from Sweden on the tee box. Lane 11, rocking around. The hill slopes right in front and carries the ball down the player's left. Let's see what path he takes. Going to be on the wide side. Is it coming back?
Oh, how's it stopped there? That is a slice
Yeah.
of bad luck.
Oh, can't even fathom that, and he can't either. Oh, game of centimeters today. Game of centimeters.
That's one for the highlight reel.
That's just craziness.
There are shouts happening all over the course right now. I'm hearing yells, yas, clapping from the crowd that have gathered to watch the closing holes. There is an excitement here as the sun pokes out from the clouds. We are seeing a big finish at the end of day 1 today.
Matt Ansley gets the ace there on lane 12, butterfly effect. That short lane that finds a ramp right in front of the creek. The best play is obviously to play right through the hazard and bounce it up to the wood fence backstop there and try to backdoor it. And you just saw how perfect that was from Ansley. Then we got Seymour on the tee box, right side. Going to try to take the same approach here.
Oh, hits the cup. Doesn't want to do that, and that's going to sit to the right of the hole.
Oh,
Little
boy.
little tester for the second putt on the way back.
Just unfortunate issues to dealing with, right?
Just the alignment. Again, you want to be aiming at the hole, and over the ramp, the ball will move to the right. So it will miss right lip, and then it's about touching the wood at the top and rolling it back in line with the hole for the ace. But obviously, catching the hole on the way through, adjust the line that the ball will track to. It stopped from hitting the top, and it's just sat there before the downslope. So this is a little tester, a knee jangler, if you will.
A knee jangler. Oh, she pulled that one too.
Yeah, we've seen a few miss outside today from about 2 foot out. If you are unsure on this course, it is a Sevi Kukioka course, a middle, hit it firm.
Yeah, that's a really good piece of advice right there of what we're witnessing today. Sevi Kukielka certainly knows how to hit him straight to the bottom of the cup, and I think there is a lesson to be learned there. I think you're exactly right. It's round 4, the World Adventure Golf Tour Finals here. We're trying to chase history too as well. Mark Chapman is here. My name's Dave Vida, and Eric is on the tee box from Sweden. Needs to continue to put himself in position here.
He's been creeping up the leaderboard. He's on 6 under at the moment for his round. And he's aced this hole twice out the 3 rounds previously. Will he make it 50%?
He does. Just like that.
Yeah, he makes it
Just like the
75%
textbook.
now. There we go.
That's solid. That's very solid. Let's take a look at our updated leaderboard here. Sevi Kukielka holding steady now at minus 11 through 16. 2 lanes left. Parred the last 2 holes, 15 and 16. So chance to make some magic here, but he's playing very steady. Steady Eddie.
Yeah, the
Ansley
crowds are
on the tee
gathering.
box.
Crowds are gathering around the final few holes. There's a celebration. There's an ace from Sevi Kukielka. He moves to 12 under through 17.
Wow. That is not an easy hole to ace either. Ansley on the tee box. Brings it down, up, and just slides it by to the right side. Randall cleaning up his par on the right.
So Sevi Kukielka will have a chance of a 23 course record with an ace on 18.
23 with a course record. Holy
he'll-
schmoly.
He will have the opportunity to score that on 18. So he's currently sat on 12 under with 1 to play. And again, I will go full radio mode after Gunnar puts out for 2 on 17. Gunnar right on the cut line at 8 under after 16 on 24 under. He's sat on 17th position right now. So there's a big scrambling to be in contention for tomorrow morning. And we return to the action on hole 13.
Eric Jamalson just saw 2 being made there by Anna Seymour. Now Eric on the tee box, on the elevated tee box, will take it down the chute here and see if he can get it through this bunker.
Okay,
Well played. Oh, just passes through.
Sevi Kukielka is on the tee on hole 18, an ace for a course record 23. Let's find out.
We don't
The
have
gallery-
vision on it here, but we'll
The
use your
gallery-
play-by-play.
Has gathered. The media are here watching it. It's on its way to the hole. It's on. It's in. We've got an ace on 18, a new course record 23 from Britain's Sevi Kukielka. Moves him to 42 under and sole lead after day 1 here in Gloucester.
Oh my gosh, I can't even believe it. This is just craziness. That's just crazy. Would you expect anything less?
Woo! Had to catch my breath after that. I feel my heart pounding from watching out of the window.
Wow.
The ball.
Mark, I think we lost your mic on that one.
Oh, I'm
reset there.
jumping.
There we go.
I'm jumping around in excitement. My apologies. Honestly, the ball, it took an age to get to the lip of the cup, and as it did, it almost did that Tiger Woods Nike golf ball wink, and it dropped in, and the crowd went wild. What a moment here at the end of that round for our host, Sevi Kukielka, and a commanding 7-shot lead going into the final qualifying round. I think it's safe to say it's his to
Lord.
lose.
Well, it's a little early, but yes, anything can happen in round 5. Certainly setting himself up very nicely. But again, those are, I mean, once you get to the head-to-heads, anything can happen. So we'll see. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't want to be number 16 ranked and have to play him in the first round.
Possibly after winning through a playoff against maybe 10 other players, and then having the honour to play against Sevi.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
But as has been proven before, the number 1 seed is not invincible.
No, that's very true. Very, very true. I forgot where we're at here. Let's take a look here. We are at.
Sorry, that was like someone breaking the 2-hour marathon record. That was quite a moment to share with you, Dave.
Yeah, that was exhilarating. I saw most of it on the camera too. The camera just caught it at the last moment, so it was almost perfectly timed.
Fantastic! I will have to look back at that and replay that later on. But wow, just the energy here, honestly, is it's a real buzz in the air. People are starting to kind of get a feeling of where they're at on this course and rising to the challenge as the camera gives you a little bit of an insight into this sort of closing holes, this little amen corner section at the end, and the gallery. They're seating just outside the ropes, and you really get a great view of the closing 3 holes.
A lot of action still left, though. We don't take anything for granted here because we still have a whole nother round tomorrow, and then the knockouts as Ansley takes on lane 15, Ricochet. It's all about the rebound at the bottom of the V here.
Yeah, that's not a kind contact. He's caught the very edge. He's very, very lucky to actually have caught the marble. He almost missed it completely, and it's thrown his ball between the rocks, but he has line of sight. He may escape with a 2. Let's find out.
I don't think this is a very highly practiced putt, but we'll see if he knows it's probably straight in. And it is straight in. Well done. Matt Ansley saving par on 15.
Everything's working.
Now, Anna Seymour on 15. You can see the hazards there. Got to find that rebound bar, that bank shot, get the right angle, get the right speed, and you get the right result. Seymour's coming down. That's going to be just in. Oh, very nice ace there. Just took a little bit of that side on the left side of the cup and finds the bottom. Eric now, Yermolson. He's still outside and where he needs to be, but he's making a run, that's for sure. -7 through 14. Keeps this pace up. He's going to be on that cut line, and then anything goes tomorrow.
Yeah, Anna closes the gap there in the Seymour Challenge, back down to 5 shots difference.
Yes.
Between Justin and Anna, and Eric gets the ace as well. Wow.
The charge and the
8
momentum
under.
is all Harmarson's. He's trying for it too, man. He can make something happen here.
2 shots off the cut. I mean, he was dead and buried earlier, languishing down there in the mid-30s, and he's propelled himself with this round. After 331s, he's now 8 under after 15. He's in 21st position. Wow, the Swede turns up when the crowds do.
The heat is cranking here. Lane 16, mountain pressure. That's up, and that's just short, but that's a great putt, though. It's a good leave. If you're going to leave yourself a putt, that's the one. That's the one to leave on this lane.
Yeah, but I mean, how many putts do you get a sight of a hole like that? And like, I can sense the emotion running through him there. The reaction, I think, says it all. But Anna's got a chance. She's got a great read on this, on the pace. Just a little bit more. Find the bowl. Take your ace and close the gap in the Seymour battle to 4.
Long is not an option here. Large bunker surrounds the volcano on the far side, plus the rocks. Let's see if Anna can get it on top of that tier and keep it there. The putt is up, and it's down. Did not hit it. That's unfortunate. Tough to watch. And we'll have a second go at this, only about 1.5 feet or 2 feet ahead of where she started. This would be a heck of a 2 if she can make it. That's up, and that's in for a 2. Wow. That was clutch, and so important on so many levels. Great job there for Anna Seymour.
Come on, Eric. Let's keep this show rolling forwards. This is to go within 1 of the cut.
There's still 2 lanes after this. So there's still time to get to that cut line and then work your magic tomorrow. Harmarlson now. The Swede. He's up. And he's in the center. Just like he drew it up. Boy, that was clutch. Wow, this leaderboard is just in motion.
9 under through 16 for Eric.
Jeez. That is crazy. Eric is right on that cut line, as you mentioned. That is just, what a move. What a move. Matt Ansley now. Not where he wants to be, in 29th place.
James McCarthy, ace on 15 to go 8 under as well.
Haven't said that in a while either, but he's having a great round too. James McCarthy is inching on that cut line.
Joins Eric and Gunnar on minus 24, 1 from the cut.
Wow.
Boom,
Matt
ace
Ansley.
from the New Zealanders everywhere.
Oh, this is so much fun. I don't know if Matt's having a lot of fun with his score, but certainly a lot of fun to watch. This is crazy.
Goes back to within 4 of the cut line. Matt Ainsley not out of this in 28th position. 6 under through 17 in round 4. Wow.
Yeah, I think your assessment of a playoff for the top 16 there on the cut line is a very real possibility.
6 players lined up on the same score just outside the cut. Amazing.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah, it is crazy.
It's expected, you know.
Tobias, who started out hot, has certainly cooled off a little bit now, but still in it.
Anna catches the ball, and it drops for an 8 as well.
Oh, this is getting a little out of hand. This is getting a little crazy now. Can we make it a trifecta on lane 17? Take the short to the left, shortcut, find that rebound bar. Don't leave the bank shot short.
Big putt. Big putt.
Big putt here. This is huge. This is to possibly knock one of the U.S. contenders out. Sweden on the tee box, looking at the bank shot. Here's the putt. It rebounds. Does it have enough?
Catch the ball, and it is wow!
It does. It does. Another ace. This is craziness. This is craziness. That puts him into the top 16, right behind Rick Baird. Daniel Tatum on the outside looking in, but one more round tomorrow, which will determine everything.
10 under through 17. Eric Halmerson has arrived after 3 rounds of 31. He is looking at a possible 25.
You like the flair for the dramatic, huh? Holy cow. Might as well wait till last minute. But you know what? Doesn't matter how you arrive as long as you arrive. Matt Ansley now looking at the bank shot. The left side of your screen, he hits it, going towards the cup. Does it have enough? Does, but it just slides by on the right side.
It's a really tight cup on 18. You have to be within the limits of a hole as it rolls towards it. Otherwise, it is not dropping.
Anna Seymour now to finish her 4th round. Not exactly where she wants to be on the leaderboard. -2 for her round here and 4. If she can par this or ace this, it'll certainly help a little bit, but it's tough right now. Seymours are in a little bit of a tough position at the moment. Anna now up,
Good shot.
takes the bank. Is it going at it? Looks good. Oh, it just comes up short. Just lost its enthusiasm. Chris Randall on the right side, lane 16. It's a really good angle here, really good view.
Nails
He's
it.
up and he's in for an ace.
Top putting this. Top putting to close out day one.
Yeah, this is great.
Seven under through 16 for Chris Randall, sitting at the moment in sole 3rd. And we still have some very low scores on the course. Aaron
happened?
Kaminsky at 8
What just
under.
happened? Oh, no.
Eric just caught the wrong brick. Caught the wrong brick,
Oh,
and it's
gotcha.
just sat up there. So no drama there, but his opportunity to sort of consolidate that top 16 place and push on, that's evaporated, and it's left him a tricky second putt. And we've already seen the miss from here. And Anna's giving her feedback based on her putt previously.
Yeah,
In a
she
previous
nailed it.
round. Yeah. No, she missed
Interesting.
actually, I think. She missed, I think this was the last round we were looking at, and this was a very, very tricky shot on 18. And, oh no, she did. She did nail it.
Mark, it's kind of interesting that everybody's helping each other out here in your grouping, which is a rule that you cannot do in real golf, but in mini golf, it can be encouraged.
Yeah, so there is
So-
a rule, there is a coaching rule in place, so you can only get advice from people within your own group. You're not permitted to ask compatriots or teammates in other groups or leave the course for coaching. So there is a collaborative spirit within the groups, but of course they have the absolute right to walk away and not give you any help if they so wished. So it's really, really nice to see, and they recognise the significance of this upcoming putt by Eric as he takes his stance, deep breaths, commit to the line, see what happens. Chris Randall nails another ace.
Wow.
Eric.
On 18. Yep, this is for par. Needs this.
Oh,
Well done.
lips
Oh.
out.
That is not what he wanted.
And drops out of the 16. Just like that.
But it's
In, out,
but it's
in,
okay.
out. Shake it all about. As James McCarthy from New Zealand moves to 9 under, acing hole 17, and moves himself now into, they swap places. Eric and James McCarthy have swapped places. James McCarthy sitting pretty in tied 16th with Daniel Tatum on 25 under.
So here's something interesting. I don't think a lot of these players know how close they are while they're playing to this cut line. I mean, I understand they probably know that they need to do very well, but that's another thing that comes into play too, is if you're paying attention to the leaderboard, which most are probably not, I wonder how that would affect their play, knowing that they're that close to making the cut.
I think more people are aware than you'd think. Personally, I try and avoid leaderboards until the end of the day's play. I shoot an average in my head that I want to attain. I set myself my own targets, and based on kind of how practice has gone and how I feel I've learned the course. A lot of players choose to follow the leaderboard round by round, share stories about their round to each other, and sort of put in the knowledge of where they sit and what they need to achieve. So actually, I think the majority of players are aware that the expected cut line is at that under a 30 average, and they're playing. They're playing to that at the moment. 16th, James McCarthy and Daniel Tatum are on 29.8. So that's as close as you can get, really.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yep, that's interesting. So we're here on lane 18. Here's Chris Randall.
This is to take the sole second place going into day 2. He's currently tied with Ben Cassidy on 35 under. Sevi Kukielka leading the way on 42 under. 7 shots clear. Wow.
On the tee box, right side, Randall looking to bank it off. Going down, got a chance. Just comes up short. Little tap in there for his par. Well done, and a great round for Chris Randall at 8 under par. No shame in that game whatsoever.
And that leaves us with the final group on the course. They're currently just polishing off hole 16. They're moving to 17 now. So that is Patrick Holler-Yin from the Netherlands, Aaron Kaminsky from the US, and Vanette Block from the US. Aaron is on 9 under currently with 2 to play. Vanette is on 7 under with 2 to play, and Patrick is on 4 under with 2 to play. And Patrick is currently in the lead, is the leader in the group currently on 23 under. Aaron is on 20 under overall, and Vanette is on 14 under overall. So there's a good spread here.
Not used to seeing the course this empty. Usually it's a hustle and a bustle.
Give
Just
it
programming. Go ahead.
Give it 10 minutes and the course will be flooded with everyone training, trying to correct their wrongs after day 1 in preparation for day 2. And the players gathered around 18, they have a TV screen with the live results. As you can see them online, they're all standing next to the live results updated in real time. So everyone is aware of what the players are putting for.
Aaron Kaminsky now on 17. Looking for his bank shot.
The golf ball slides. The golf ball slides off this surface. It's too slick, so you're never going to get the angle towards the hole. You're always playing to just catch the bowl, the dish. But this one slid past the edge of the dish. That's why Vanette is teeing it up as far as she can on the left side. She's trying to create the maximum angle.
Just passes it, I think.
Yep, she's just passed the bowl. She actually caught the edge of the bowl, but there's too much pace on the ball for it to die, so it's just died in the bowl and run out the back and left an easy 2. As they move on to the final hole of today's play, the end of 4 rounds out of the 5 qualification rounds for tomorrow's tour final knockouts. What a great day, Dave.
Yeah, just a programming note. We start bright and early, 9 a.m. local time. If you're in the U.S., depending if you're watching in the U.S. on the East Coast, it's going to be a 4 a.m. start tomorrow, 4 a.m. for that 5th and final round. And that's going to be really the one that sets the stage for the knockouts. So anything can happen tomorrow in that round 5. So please make sure you join us bright and early tomorrow.
That was a 2 for Patrick, playing first in this final group. And now we see Aaron Kaminsky from the US looking for an ace to make it 10 under. That would be a 26, which will be his low round of the day.
Aaron Kaminsky from O Street Mini Golf, New Jersey, USA. Looks like he
On the edge.
He got it. On the edge. Oh, I thought he had it.
On the edge. It stopped right on the edge. The celebration was loaded and ready to go for the fist bumps, and it went back into the holster.
He'll have to save it for tomorrow. That's all right. It'll still be good tomorrow too.
So Vanette, to close out day 1 play, she has the honour of playing the final shot. She needs an ace for 8 under, and her low round of the day is guaranteed regardless.
That's great.
And misses exactly where Aaron's was, just lipped out, sat at the back of the hole. She's got a tap in for a 2, which gives her a 7 under round. And taking her time. Come on, we want to get on the course and train. And there we go. Day 1 is complete.
Yes. Is in the books. Well, let's take a look at the leaderboard officially now that we got everybody in. It's an impressive leaderboard, and at the top is Sevi Kukielka, just I don't know, 7 strokes ahead of everybody else. It's just it's all in a day's work. Chris Randall, also another local favorite with Ben Cassidy. Not overly surprising, but I love seeing Balázs Tompa from Hungary. He's a mere 9 strokes behind. But again, doesn't matter where you are right now as long as you make that top 16. Big ups and congratulations to U.S. contenders so far. Mark Novicki has possibly slated himself for playoffs. And Rick Baird is inside that cut line. Cameron Cooper from New Zealand. Tommy Lanta. Tobias Ramke from Germany. Martin Greenhead, another one of our broadcast professionals too as well. Gary Combs, Adam Kelly, James McCarthy sneaks in at the last minute to find himself within the cut line, but all this can change tomorrow, my friends. The 5th and final round before the knockouts determines all the separation you need, and then it's head-to-head. Final thoughts, Mark?
Just a fantastic event. There was a lot of nerves at the start, more than I expected from the playing group. But once things got underway, they started to tune into the conditions and the scores just started tumbling. The amount of blue scores on that leaderboard, the amount of aces is really quite impressive. And leading the way, I mean, the headline story today is Sevi Kukielka, course record, 23 to close out round 4. He's leading the aces with 42. That's 6 aces more than the chasing pack. And he has put a commanding marker for that final qualifying round tomorrow. Is it gettable? Probably not. But the real battle lies in that chase to make the top 16. That cut line currently stands at 29.8 average, 25 under. Currently, there is a tie for that 16th place, and then a gaggle of players within 5 shots going all the way down to the mid-30s in the draw. It is all to play for in a 1-round shootout. Probably, my bet, that things will play out in a sudden death situation to make that cut. So
I think you're right.
All to play for. It sets things up beautifully for day 2, and I love being here talking with you. We are out of this stream. I'm being directed. We have 4 seconds. Great to talk to you. Bye, Dave.
See you tomorrow, guys. We'll see you bright and early for the